What's good? Peace, love, light, healing, mental balance to you all. One second. Just making sure everything is working good. Microphone is working. Camera is working. Is this the live from last night? Because I missed it. Came back and it was gone. Yeah. I was gonna go live last night, but I was rushing. I didn't want to rush. I didn't want to mess this up. You know what I'm saying? So I was just like, let me just do it tomorrow instead, because it's Friday. You know, so I know people are off on the weekend or whatever. So you know what I'm saying? I just figured it'd be better to do it tonight. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. We're gonna go into some things. Hold on 1 second. We're gonna go into some things tonight, y'all. Now, you saw the title. Why isn't anyone talking about this? And by this, I mean the declassified documents that the CIA released back in 2003. And these were documents going over, some refer to it as Operation Stargate. Some refer to it as like the, I think it was like an experiment, like dealing with the synchronization of the left and right hemisphere of the brain. Right? Now, in this document, it's going to reveal to you that the army are very, very, very afraid of those who understand how powerful the mind is, who also meditates. You know what I'm saying? Serious meditation, you know, all that type of stuff, right? What this document is going to reveal to you is basically, you know, just backing up everything that I've been talking about over the last few years. You know, if you can remember, I've done videos where I talked about, you know, where I believe that there's a lot more to what we believe. There's a lot more to what we know. And when it comes to us, being that we are multi-dimensional beings, right? We have a double nature. We have two natures, right? We have the physical, three-dimensional, or the physical, you know, like I said, the physical, but this body, right, that's operating in the third dimension. But then inside of this body, you know, you have the spirit, you have the soul, right? And that's who we really are. That's who we really are. The body is just an avatar. It just houses, you know, our true nature, right? The light body, the etheric body, the God body, right? But anywho, I don't want to get carried away. I do want to ask you all a question though before I get into this, because before I started this live video, I was wondering, you know, I know we live in a day and age where people's attention span is very, 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 very short, very short. And when it comes to reading, you know, people can often get bored listening to somebody read, you know, and this information right here As you can see, let me show you. Let me show you. As you can see, this is a lot. This is a lot. I'm a reader. It doesn't bother me. I'm fine. But I know for some of you, you all, not all of you, but some of you don't like to read. And yeah, so like I said, as you can see, it's a lot to read. And like I said, before I started this video, I was asking myself, like, man, should I read all of this, or should I just show them like a video of someone summarizing the information that's in the document? I found a video of someone who's giving a summary. You know what I'm saying? He's a pretty intelligent guy, and I was like, well, I could show them that, or I could just read it. So I'm gonna ask you all, right? I want y'all to engage. I want to ask you, would you rather me read it, or would you rather me play a video of someone going over the documents? You know what I'm saying, and giving you a summary of it. Like, what would you rather? You know what I'm saying? What would you rather me do? Okay. Okay. They might censor the video if you show the other person reading it. Oh yeah, good point about the copyright thing. Yeah. That is a good point. That is a good point. Although the person that's reading it, it's not like a TV show, it's not like a documentary or anything that has music in it. It's just a person talking. So if I'm correct, I think with videos like that, we're fine. You know what I'm saying? But I'll read it. I'll read it. Now, what I'm gonna do for you all, because you can read along with me, I'm gonna pull it up on the screen. That way, as I'm reading it, you can see it and read along. Okay. Give me 1 second. Let me see something. Oh, by the way, I'm so rude. How y'all doing tonight? While I'm pulling this up, y'all let me know how y'all doing. Where y'all at? What state y'all in? What's the temperatures? Because it's cold over here. It's like 30 degrees, I think. It may be colder than that right now, but yeah, it's cold outside. How y'all feeling? Georgia. So what's up, sis? Peace and blessings. Yes. NC, North Carolina. Okay. Ready to leave Atlanta. I feel you. Let me pull it up real quick. New York and it's freezing. Oh, you know what's so crazy? I quit my job today, and right before I quit my job, they tried to send me to New Hampshire, and I told them, I was like, nah, I ain't doing that. I ain't doing that. Y'all must not have been looking at the news lately, because if I'm not mistaken, I could have sworn that New York has declared a state of emergency or something like that because of the weather. They saying that it's supposed to get like 4 inches of rain, not rain, 4 inches or 4 feet I'm tripping. Yeah, 4 feet of snow. Like in Buffalo, New York, different areas surrounding that or whatever. So I think they closed down all the roads for the truck drivers and commercial drivers and stuff like that. But yeah, them folk think I'm crazy, man. I ain't finna get on that road. They must be out their mind. They must be out their mind. Let's see. Louisiana, 30 degrees. Okay. Aurora, Illinois, 40 minutes from Chicago. It's cold, I know. I've been waiting for you to go live since Ye and Kyrie. Hey, you know what? I was gonna go live, but I was on the road, you know what I'm saying? And I didn't have no computer. I only had my phone. And what I wanted to do was I wanted to go live and take some of the clips and put together like a lot of evidence backing up what Kanye said, right? Especially when it comes to the music and the frequencies and everything like that, and how the music and the frequencies affects the body and the chakras or the 7 major glands and everything like that, right? So I was going to do a whole like video on that. And actually I did, but I did it on Instagram, right? I did it on Instagram and it was very informative. But anywho, let's see, Texas. I'm in Buffalo. I ain't even finna pronounce this word. What this is? Puff Keepsy. 2 days ago we got like an inch. But yeah, around Dreadful Thanksgiving is going to be a big storm. Shalom family. Yeah. It's cold here in South Carolina. That 808 frequency. Yes. Yes, I was messaging you about that. And that Puff Keepsy, New York upstate. Okay. I still need that video. Okay, shalom, bro, and thanks for sharing. And yes, we about to get some rain and colder this weekend in Texas. So yes, I totally understand, bro. Be safe. And stay off the road during that crazy weather. Hey, I appreciate that, sis. You better know it. Better know it. All right, so check this out. I got it pulled up. Oh, give me 1 second. Let me share the screen. Poughkeepsie. Okay, Poughkeepsie. Okay, gotcha. 30, 40 degrees here in Texas. All right. Let me know if y'all can see the screen. Let me know if y'all can see the screen. On my side, it seems to be small. The words are kind of small, but I mean, you still can see it for the most part. Georgia. Okay. All right. So we're going to start it off. I don't want to waste too much time. It's kind of blurry a little. Hold on 1 second. Let me, you said it's too blurry. Can barely make the words out. Okay. Let me see how can I fix it. Hold on 1 second. How can I make this bigger? Hold on 1 second. I'm trying to see y'all. Hold on. Because if I can't pull it up this way, I'll pull it up another way. Matter of fact, you know what? Let's just do it like this. Since it's not showing up good. Let me go to the actual website and put it in that way. Give me 1 second. Let me type this in real quick. CIA.gov / library / reading room / document. Why this got to be so long, man? / CIA RDP 96 00788 or what is this, bro? 0017002100016-5. And let's see. Oh, wow. It says CIA.gov has changed. Wow. Wow. It says the page you requested doesn't exist anymore. Ain't that some? Hold on now. Did they delete it? Don't tell me that. Oh, snap. CIA. Let's just do this. Let's say, what's the name of it? Analysis and assessment of gateway. Okay. Analysis. Let's see. And assessment of gateway. I said no. Hold on, give me 1 second. 1 second. I'm trying to pull it up right now. It seems to be coming up. Okay, hold on real quick. I'm sorry about that, y'all. Just be patient with me. Be patient. I'll get your other chair. Hold on. All right. What about now? Dang, it's still showing up small. Oh, I can blow it up. Ha. Okay. How about now? Can y'all see it now? Okay. Yes, we can see it now. Okay. Okay. Cool. 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 All right. Now, I'm just going to read what you see on the screen. So, this came out. They started this in June of 1983, right? We know about all of the experiments and the things that the government has been doing behind the scenes, and this is one of many, right? This document was declassified in 2003. I think October or September to be exact. I can't remember, but that's like what that's 23 years, 22 years ago, I believe. And I'm sure some of you may not be familiar with this. A lot of you may not be familiar with this document, but a few of you may be familiar with it. I know someone sent it to me about 2 years ago, and I never got around to looking at it, to look into it, see what it was about or whatever. They just told me to check it out. Boom, 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 boom. But here recently, I say within the last few days, some just told me to open it up, look at it. And what I found was very interesting. Very, very interesting. So it says Department of the Army, U.S. Army Operational Group, U.S. Army Intelligence and Security Command, Fort George, whatever, right? All right. So peep this. It says here, to Commander, U.S. Army Operational Group. And again, this is the analysis and assessment of gateway process. Okay, let me blow it up some more. All right. It says you tasked me to provide an assessment of the gateway experience in terms of its mechanics and ultimate practicality. As I set out to fulfill that tasking, it soon became clear that in order to assess the validity and practicality of the process, I needed to do enough supporting research and analysis to fully understand how and why the process works. Frankly, sir, that proved to be an extremely involved and difficult business. Initially, based on conversations with a physician who took the gateway training with me, I had the recourse to the biomedical models developed by Itzhak Bentov, however you pronounce that word, to obtain information concerning the physical aspects of the process. Then I found it necessary to delve into various sources for information concerning quantum mechanics in order to be able to describe the nature and functioning of human consciousness. Okay. So this is revolving around human consciousness. Okay. I had to be able to construct a scientifically valid and reasonably lucid model of how consciousness functions under the influence of the brain hemisphere synchronization technique employed by Gateway. Once this was done, the next step involved recourse to theoretical physics in order to explain the character of the time-space dimension and the means by which expanded human consciousness transcends it in achieving Gateway's objectives. Finally, I again found it necessary to use physics to bring the whole phenomenon of out of body states into the language of physical science to remove the stigma of its occult connotations. All right, this is very, very important right here. Just let me reread that, right? Because this is the same thing that me and a lot of other brothers have been trying to do over the years, right? Now, me, I took a break from it or whatever, but you got brothers like Big Judah, Yaki, you know what I'm saying? All these brothers, they still going hard. They consistent with, trying to help people understand the metaphysical aspect of life and everything, right? So anywho, by the way, I'm gonna get back on it because I'm changing up my circumstances and everything, so I have a lot more time on my hands to get into this information and give it to y'all, just to give you a different perspective, or not even that, just putting a lot of things into perspective. But anyway, it says, finally, one more time, I again found it necessary to use physics to bring the whole phenomenon of out of the body states or out of body states into the language of physical science to remove the stigma, right, or the preconceived notions that a lot of you all have of its occult, meaning hidden connotations, and put it in a frame of reference suited to objective assessment. All right. I began the narrative by briefly profiling the fundamental biomedical factors affecting such related techniques as hypnosis, biofeedback, and transcendental meditation, so that their objectives and mode of functioning could be compared in the reader's mind with the gateway experience as the model of its underlying mechanics was developed. Additionally, that introductory material is useful in supporting the conclusions of the paper. I indicate that at times these related techniques may provide useful entry points to accelerate movement into the gateway experience. Now, this is important. This paragraph right here is a very important one because I'm finna touch on this, right? So it says Niels Bohr, or Bohr, whatever you pronounce that, the renowned physicist, once responded to his son's complaints about the obtuse, meaning, that's a word for dull, right, or not sharp, nature of certain concepts in physics by saying, you are not thinking, you are merely being logical, right? That's very key because we finna touch on that. You are not thinking, you are merely being logical. The physics of altered human consciousness deals with some conceptualizations that are not easily grasped or visualized exclusively in the context of ordinary left brain linear thinking, right? So, one more time, the physics of altered human consciousness deals with some conceptualizations that are not easily grasped or visualized exclusively in the context of ordinary left brain linear thinking. So, to borrow Dr. Bohr's mode of expression, parts of this paper will require not only logic, but a touch of right brain intuitive insight to achieve a complete, comfortable grasp of the concepts involved. Nevertheless, when that is done, I am confident, once that is done, I am confident that their construction and application will stand up to the test of rational critique, right? So just going, let me come back to my screen real quick. All right, so one thing I want to say, right, in paragraph 3, where it says that the physicist, right, him responding to his son's complaints about the obtuse nature of certain concepts in physics by saying, you are not thinking and you are merely being logical. Now, this is something that I want to say. I want to bring something up on the screen right quick. 1 second. Let's see. We're gonna come back to that, but I just want to pull something up real quick. I did a presentation 2 years ago. Hold on 1 second. Let me pull this up. All right, can y'all see my screen? This is from my notes. You know what I'm saying? If you don't believe me, this is from my notes. I got hold on. Can you see my screen? All right. If y'all can't see, this is from my notes. It's all me. It's all me. You feel me? All right. So what you're looking at on the screen is the same thing right here. Right? All right. So left brain, right brain, right? Let's talk about it. I talked about this in my music. I talked about it in my presentations. I talk about it all the time, right? Now, touching on what I just read in paragraph 3, I wrote this down right here. What if there is a dimension of intelligence within which does not fit within the parameters of logic? Trying to fit everything within the parameters of logic means the surface intelligence, which is the intellect, which is our survival mode, all that is linked to our animal nature, right? The left brain is the primal brain, right? It is the monkey brain, right? And I said the Most High is beyond physical nature, because it tells us in Scripture that we must, worship the Most High in spirit, in spirit, in spirit, in spirit, and truth. You dig what I'm saying? So, being that the Most High is a spirit, what we tend to do as human beings, in this physical realm, we go on these spiritual journeys. We have all these spiritual questions, but we often use physical, like we use physical, what am I trying to say? To understand things on a spiritual level, we often use our left brain, right? Logic, right? Linear thinking, right? Carnal mind, right? Because the carnal mind is linked to the left brain. We often try to understand spiritual things with a carnal mind, and it's just impossible. You know what I'm saying? It's impossible. And I talked about this in one of my presentations. You must activate, you must, you know, get that right brain going in order to understand the Most High, to understand, symbolism, to understand allegory, to understand, anything, dealing with your intuition, anything divine, anything, dealing with art, music, so on and so forth. You feel me? You got to use the right brain. Okay. Now, as you can see here, I just wrote down a few things. Wise men come, or wisdom come from the east, the right, Star in the east, the light, the right, because light is in the right brain, right? Judah camped at the east, the right. Yasha sits at the right side of the Father, right? The right. Everything is pointing to the right side. You dig what I'm saying? So, esoterically speaking, you gotta open that right side in order to truly, elevate, to those spiritual levels, right? That Yasha was on, So we gonna get more into that though. We're gonna get more into that. But I'm showing you this because I wrote all this up years ago, right? And to come across this document, because this document is talking about the left brain and the right brain. And we're gonna get more into it though, but let's keep reading it. Let's keep reading it. Okay, let's see. All right. So it says okay, so it says, so to Dr. Burrow, I'm sorry, I said so Dr. Burrow. So to borrow Dr. Bohr's mode of expression, parts of this paper will require not only logic, but a touch of right brain intuitive insight to achieve a complete, comfortable grasp of the concepts involved. Nevertheless, once that is done, I am confident that their construction and application will stand up to the test, to the test of rational critique. Paradoxically, having gone to such great lengths to it, this is very important. Having gone to such great lengths to avoid trying to render judgments based on an occult or dogmatic frame of reference, in the end, I found it necessary to return, at least briefly, to the question of the impact of the gateway experience on common belief systems. I did so because although it was essential to avoid attempting to render an assessment in the context of such systems, I felt that it was necessary after having completed the analysis to point out that the resulting conclusions do not do any violence to the fundamental mainstream of either Eastern or Western belief systems, unless that point is clearly established. The danger exists that some people will reject the whole concept of the gateway experience in the mistaken belief that it contradicts and is therefore alien to all that they hold to be right and true. This study is certainly not designed to be the last word on the subject, but I hope that the validity of its basic structure and of the fundamental concepts upon which it is based will make it a useful guide for other personnel who are required to take the gateway training or work with gateway materials, right? All right, so let's get into it. The gateway experience, brain hemisphere synchronization in perspective. Introduction. In order to describe the Monroe Institute technique for achieving altered states of consciousness, altered just mean, another word for change. But anyways, the gateway experience involving brain hemisphere synchronization or Hemisync. The most effective way to begin is to briefly profile the basic mechanics which underlay operation or of related methods such as hypnosis, transcendental meditation, and biofeedback. It is easiest to effectively describe what gateway is by beginning with a short description of those associated techniques that share some common aspects with the gateway experience, but which are nevertheless different. In this, we can develop a frame of reference at the outset, which will provide useful concepts to explain and understand gateway by comparison as we proceed. Now they're going to go into hypnosis. Okay. According to the theories and psychologist Ronald Stone and the biomedical engineering models of Ishak Bentov, hypnosis is basically a technique which permits acquisition of direct access to the sensory motor cortex and pleasure centers and lower cerebral emotional portions and associated pleasure centers of the right side of the human brain, following successful disengagement of the stimulus screening function of the left hemisphere of the brain. The left hemisphere of the brain is the self-cognitive, verbal, and linear reasoning component of the mind, right? It fulfills the function of screening incoming stimuli by categorizing, assessing, and assigning meaning prior to allowing passage to the right hemisphere of the mind. The right hemisphere, which functions as the non-critical, holistic, non-verbal, and pattern-oriented component of the brain, appears to accept what the left hemisphere passes to it without question. Consequently, if the left hemisphere can be distracted either through boredom or through reduction to a soporific semi-sleep state, external stimuli to include hypnotic suggestions are allowed to pass unchallenged into the right hemisphere where they are accepted and acted upon directly. The result may involve an emotional reaction originating in the lower cerebral region, sensory motor responses requiring involvement of the cortex, and so on. Both the sensory and the motor cortices of the right cerebral portion of the brain contain a sequence of points known as the homunculus, which corresponds to points in the body. Stimulation of the corresponding area on the cortex causes intermediate response in the associated portion of the body. Consequently, induction of the suggestion that the left leg is numb, if it reaches the right hemisphere unchallenged and is referred um, to the appropriate area of the sensory cortex, will result in will result in an electrical reaction being generated that will induce the feeling of numbness. Similarly, the suggestion that the person is experiencing a general feeling of happiness and well-being would be referred to the appropriate pleasure centers located in the lower cerebral portion or in the cortex of the right hemisphere, thereby inducing the suggested feeling of euphoria. Finally, suggestions such as one that informs the hypnotic subject that he enjoys enhanced concentration or powers of memory would be responded to in the right hemisphere by assessing unused information storage capacity normally held in reserve as a result of left hemisphere selection and control processes. This aspect will become significant in the context of the gateway process when attention is given to the examining the way that hypnosis may be used to accelerate progress in the early stages of the gateway experience. Okay. Hold on 1 second. Let's see. System record. Okay, I see what they're showing here. Gray matter, white matter, pleasure centers. Okay. Third and lateral ventricles. Okay. All right, 1 second. Hey, Shabbat Shalom. All right, so check this out. Okay, where we at? Transcendental meditation. Okay, so it says, on the other hand, transcendental meditation works in a distinctly different fashion. In this technique, intense and protracted single-minded concentration on the process of drawing energy up the spinal cord ultimately results in what appears to be creation of acoustical standing waves in the cerebral ventricles, which are then conducted to the gray matter in the cerebral. Okay. All right, let's see. All right. Okay, so it says cortex on the right brain, the right side of the brain. As a result, according to Bentov, these waves will stimulate and eventually polarize the cortex in such a way that it would tend to conduct a signal along the homunculus. That's how you say it, right? The homunculus, the homunculus, however you say that, starting from the toes and on up. The Bento biomedical model, as described in a book by Lee Sanala, MD, entitled Kundalini Psychosis or Transcendence. Now, don't listen, because I know how some of y'all are. When y'all come across certain words that's attached to certain religions and things like that, it just turns you completely out. Oh, he going into a Kundalini. Oh, this ain't that. All right. We just reading. This is just information. You ain't gotta accept it as fact. Listen, it's just information. All right. I'm reading it as it is. Anywho, Kundalini psychosis or transcendence states that the standing acoustical waves are the result of the altered rhythm of heart sounds, which are occasioned by prolonged practice of meditation, and which set up sympathetic vibrations in the walls of the fluid-filled cavities which comprise the third and lateral ventricles of the brain. In addition, according to Bentov, the states of bliss described by those whose Kundalini symptoms have completed the full loop along the hemispheres may be explained as a self-stimulation of the pleasure centers in the brain caused by the circulation of a current, right? Because we are electrical beings, okay? We got electricity flowing all throughout our bodies. We are nothing more than a signal. Anyway, or rather antenna along the sensory cortex. Bentov also notes that most of the described symptoms start on the left side of the body, means that it is mostly a development occurring in the right hemisphere. Although normally a period of meditation involving intense concentration and practice for 5 years or some is required to bring up the Kundalini. And I'm gonna just add my 2 cents in right here. So I'm working on a presentation as we speak, right? And I'm going into the Kundalini, I'm going into the Kuna buffer, but I'm not going into it from a religious standpoint. I'm going into it from a physiological, anatomical, metaphysical, you know, going into it from those standpoints, right? Also too, I'm going to show you how now when they talk about Kundalini, that's just from one culture's standpoint or point of view, right? I mean, it's popular because that culture you know, made it popular or whatever. But if you look at other cultures, it's the Christos, you know what I'm saying? It's the chrism or whatever, um, or the chi, you know. So they ultimately it is the electromagnetic energy that we all have inside of our bodies. It's connected to the sexual energy, you know, that creative energy that's laying at the base of the spine. That's the area, right, around our sexual organs and stuff like that. So I can get deep into that, but we're not gonna do that. Bento states that the exposure to mechanical or acoustical vibrations in the range of 4 to 7 hertz, and if my memory serves me correctly, I think when it talks about the hertz, 4 to 7 would be I think delta. From not no theta, I think. Let me see. I think that's what it is. I think that what it is. I think that what it is. Yeah, theta. I was right. Yeah, theta, right? The theta brainwave. But anyway, for protracted periods may achieve the same effect. Bento cites, as an example, repeated riding in a car whose suspension and seat combination produce that range of vibrations, or being exposed for long periods of time to these frequencies caused, for instance, by an air conditioner duct. He also notes that the cumulative effect of these vibrations may be able to trigger a spontaneous physio kundalini sequence in susceptible people who have a particularly sensitive nervous system, right? Um, so I'm gonna skip the biofeedback because that ain't, I read that earlier. It ain't talking about nothing. Let's get to the gateway and Hemisync. So it says, now that we have briefly profiled the basic mechanics of the principal techniques for altering or expanding consciousness, which share some of the objectives and or methods employed in the gateway experience, we may proceed to focus on what that technique actually involves. Fundamentally, the gateway experience is a training system designed to bring enhanced strength, focus, and coherence to the amplitude and frequency of brainwave output between the left and right hemispheres so as to alter consciousness, right? Now, if y'all remember, let me go back here. Let me go back here. Yeah, that's right, bro. You said prana. I forgot to add that. Yeah. Now I don't know if y'all, when y'all listen to my music and I say certain things, I don't know if you pick up on the lyrics, right? Now, remember this song right here? We're talking about left, right brain. Hold on one second. Yeah, we're talking about the left hemisphere and the right hemisphere of the brain synchronizing, right? Y'all remember this song right here? Y'all remember that? Now, at the end of my verse, Pete, what I said. This is where I step away. Hold on. Pete, what I said. Let me see if you can hear this. This computer's so slow. All right, check this out.
Away, take a break, find a quiet place to meditate. Relax my flesh as my mind begins to elevate. Raising my consciousness to a higher state. Creating true equilibrium. Synchronizing the two left and right hemisphere of my encephalon. The work is done. I'm illuminated. I carry on.
A female thought for the black woman I'll never utter. Butter pecan brown smelling like cocoa butter. When you happy, I'm happy. I see a flawless cover. Glory on your head, you happy.
But yeah, you know what I'm saying? I be speaking on stuff, man, and I don't think people really be like, because at the time, you know, you may hear me say something and then you like, what the hell in y'all talking about? Like that brother be you know what I'm saying? I know what I'm talking about, you know, but it takes a little time for people to catch up, you know. So what we talking about right now in this document is exactly what I was talking about in my music, you know. So all right, so it says hold on 1 second. All right, so it says, where am I? What did I where did I end up at? I think I said we may proceed. Fundamentally, the gateway experience is a training system designed to bring enhanced strength, focus, and coherence to the amplitude. I read all that. Let's see. Okay, check this out, y'all. Because the more we get into this, the more interesting. I know it's you know, it's been kind of boring because it's, you know, the introduction. But the deeper we go into this, it's gonna reveal so much. So it says, where did I stop? Fundamentally, the gateway experience is a training system designed to bring enhanced strength, focus, and coherence to the amplitude and frequency of brainwave output between the left and right hemispheres so as to alter or change consciousness, moving it outside the physical sphere. Listen, y'all, moving it outside the physical sphere so as to ultimately escape even the restrictions of time and space. Now, let me start right there. This is what I want y'all to know and understand, right? This is what I want y'all to know and understand. When it comes to the human body, this human body has limitations, okay? Our eyes, our ears are not equipped to see certain things. Like, for an example, our eyes, we cannot see into infrared. Like, we cannot see into ultraviolet. Like, you dig what I'm saying? Animals can. Cats and dogs, they can. All right. They can see into the fourth dimension. We cannot, not with our physical eyes. Now, with our ears can only hear 20 hertz to 20,000 hertz. You dig what I'm saying? Now, our ears, like, we cannot hear a dog whistle. It's very, very high in frequency. We cannot hear anything that's very, very, very low in frequency, right? Because our eyes and our ears are not equipped to. Um, um, so again, this body that we all possess temporarily, okay? Um, it just can't, it can't do certain things, it can't go certain places. But you know what can? You know what is not restricted to time and space? This body is restricted to time and space, but you know what's not restricted to time and space? What's inside of your brain? We're gonna get into it. We're gonna get into it. Because think about it. Think about it, right? And see, religious people always try to dismiss these things, right? When we talk about out of body experiences and, you know, astral projection and all these different things like that, that you know, people normally try to say that that's new age. It's not new age, y'all. These are natural occurrences. Again, you must keep this in your mind that we are multi-dimensional beings. This body only exists in this third dimension, but your soul, your mind, your consciousness is eternal. You dig what I'm saying? When we go to bed in this body, lay down to rest at night, guess what keeps going? Guess what tends to when we dream in we have visions and all these different things. Guess what's doing that? Right? The mind, the consciousness, right, tends to go into other worlds, sometimes in the future, sometimes in the past, sometimes, you know, you know, people have different experiences, right? And again, like I said earlier, when it comes to these types of things, the reason why we don't understand and overstand it is because, again, we're using the carnal mind, we're using the left brain, trying to understand something that's, you know that's out of this world, you know what I'm saying, something that's not physical. Right. So yeah. Yes, the listen, the mind, your mind is the most powerful thing in this world. The most powerful thing that you possess. That's no lie. The mind is the most powerful thing that you possess. And in what I want y'all to do, because I don't honestly think that we're gonna get through the whole document, because it is long. What I want you all to do when you start watching this video, or it don't have to be tonight, it could be tomorrow, it could be whenever. What I want you to do is I want you to read it for yourself. I want you to read it because, again, like I said earlier, it reveals how the military um are very afraid of those who understand how powerful the mind is. And listen, y'all already know, as melanated beings, nine ether beings, children of light, you know what I'm saying? Y'all already know that we have abilities that's out of this world. We have psychic abilities. I spoke about this before, right? The video I did, I think I named it we are delegates of God or whatever. In that video, I showed you the movie that came out. I forget what year it came out, but the movie The Darkest Minds, right? Where the children, they were able to move things with their mind, they were able to set things on fire, electrocute things and all that, right? Also, another movie was Glass, that I talked about, how the secret societies, they know what we're capable of. They know the psychic abilities that we have, because who our Abba is, who our mother is, they know. And this is why they made a orchestrated effort, right, to not only demonize everything. I'm talking about knowledge wise, right? All the knowledge and information, they demonized it, and they created so much confusion around these things that we once knew, right? um so that we would be afraid or be fearful to look into this information, right? And to regain our memory and understanding, overstanding of these things, right? Don't you know, we used to have the ability to control the forces of nature. They know we can do this. They know it. It's what's in us that communicates with the forces of nature. So again, they have to demonize everything, say that everything is witchcraft, say that everything is sorcery, say that everything is this and that, associated with darkness and all this, so that we could stay away from it. Then on top of that, just hear me out. On top of that, they had to put us in these concrete jungles. And by concrete jungles, I mean cities, right? All these cities, these overpopulated cities, they had to remove us out of our natural habitat, which is nature, life. They had to remove us out of our natural habitats and put us into these concrete jungles. It's so deep, bro. It's so deep what they did and how they did it. They stripped us of everything. They reclassified us. You know what I'm saying? All the food. You dig? Like the GMO food, the processed food, all these different things that lowers our frequency, lowers our vibration, lowers, what I'm saying, our consciousness, to keep us in that animalistic state. You dig what I'm saying? Because by doing so, by keeping us in such a low state, we're predictable. It's like a cat and mouse game. You know what I'm saying? It's like, because as long as we're operating on that low consciousness, as that earth conscious, that Adamic consciousness, that the flesh, the lower self, you know what I'm saying? Left brain, carnal mind. As long as we operate with the primal brain, they can predict every move we make. Every move. Because just like how animals have impulses, they move off the impulse, we do the same thing. We're not that different from animals. You know what I'm saying? So the same way how we move out of fear, we move off the impulse. They already know what we gonna do. But this is what I've been trying to tell y'all, bro. Like, we have to work on ourselves. You know what I'm saying? We have to raise our consciousness. We have to live a riotous life. We have to, put off all that bad shit. I'm gonna just say it like it is. All that bad shit, just put it off. Remove it far from you. Abhor all that is evil. Embrace all that is good. You understand what I'm saying? You have to switch up things in your life. Switch up your diet. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you, it's going to increase your capacity. It's going to increase your mind. It's going to broaden your mind. All these things by you changing, and you can do it. You can shift your reality. You can shift it. And see, this is what this document is talking about. I know I'm just kind of summarizing it, but this is what this document is going into. Showing you how powerful the brain, the mind is, and it's stuff that I've been telling y'all for years. You gotta go from the animal mind, right? Adam, and you got to elevate to the divine mind, Christ. You dig what I'm saying? Life is all about evolution, right? All about metamorphosis. We don't supposed to stay in this state. We supposed to elevate to that highest state, becoming sons of God, daughters of God, because that's what we truly are. Just saying. Just saying, it's levels to this, but yeah, man. Let me see. What's the name of the document? It's called Analysis and Assessment of Gateway Process. As a matter of fact, you can look up something else. You can go here on Amazon and get this book, and it pretty much goes over what we're talking about right now. So if you look at your screens, right? If you look at your screens, this is a book called Project Stargate and Remote Viewing Technology. Remote viewing technology. Y'all, I'm gonna get into remote viewing, okay? I'm gonna get into that because I want to show you a few things. And as a matter of fact, while I got it up here right now, I'm gonna just go ahead and go into it. This book is called Project Stargate and Remote Viewing Technology, the CIA's files on psychic spying, right? It says here in the 1970s, the CIA was concerned about rumors of Soviet research into psychotronics and remote viewing. Naturally, it wasn't long before the US launched its own covert investigations into psychic phenomena and their potential use for military and intelligence purposes. So I'm gonna show you how they tried to take meditation and um focus, concentration, right? Concentrated focus, and not demonize it, but weaponize it, right? But I can't say they failed at it, but if you look everywhere into the documents, it say that they failed at it, but we know how they not gonna tell you the truth. Anyways, this began a 30-year series of classified projects collectively known as the Stargate Project. In this book, Axel Bachelor had compiled the government's formerly classified documents pertaining to the project. Topics include remote viewing, psychic spying, the first Earth battalion as depicted in the movie Men Who Stare at Goats. Oh yeah, go check that movie out too. It's called Men Who Stare at Goats, starring George Clooney. PSI phenomena, extrasensory perception, psychokinesis, and much more. Tons of documents exposed, right? Now, since we're talking about remote viewing, you know how you remote view? Do any of you know how to remote view? Yeah, that's the link. That's the link to it right there. Do any of you know how to remote view, or do you even know what that is? Come on. Engage. Let me know what's up. Remote viewing, do you know what that is? Or a better question would be, do you know how to go about remote viewing? Nope, not on purpose. I know what it is. I don't know how to. Okay. I'm finna tell you. Astral projection. Well, that plays into it. It goes into it. Yeah, but that's not it though. Yes, they program certain soldiers for remote viewing, the MK Ultra. No, it's pretty much There you go. I was waiting for somebody to say it. It's meditation. It's meditation. It is meditation. You do it through meditation. Focus meditation. There you go. Been studying so many topics, haven't got deep into it yet. I was going to say meditation, going to a deeper state of thought. Yeah. So when you now remember I talked about the brain waves, right? You have what beta, alpha, uh, theta, delta, gamma, right? Now, gamma is the one that deals with 30 hertz. Gamma is the one that deals with it's a heightened perception, right? Spiritual perception. And when you're in the gamma wave brain wave, you can access the subconscious mind. You know what I'm saying? It's all coming back to me, y'all. Y'all gotta forgive me because listen, man, your brother been working. So it's like I'm getting back into all of this. I'm just trying to refresh my mind. So um yeah, so remote viewing. There's a movie. You ever seen the movie Doctor Sleep? How many of you all ever watched the movie Doctor Sleep? This is a perfect example, okay? I'm gonna show you a perfect example of what I'm talking about regarding remote viewing. If you ever seen the movie Doctor Sleep, you know what I'm talking about. Now, okay, okay, before I get into it, let me see if some more people know have watched that movie. And then I'm gonna read something out of a book that I have to, further prove that this is a real thing that we all have the ability to do. Yes, meditating is what I do every once in a while, or it comes out of nowhere. Focus on a certain thing and out yourself there in thought. I'm still learning. Yes. Okay, so how many of you all ever watched the movie Doctor Sleep? I thought remote viewing is what we doing now. I mean, using technology, but you can remote view using your mind. I know when you say these things, it seems far fetched because you got to understand we grew up in an environment that these types of things were taboo. You know what I'm saying? These types of things were frowned upon. These things were demonized. We were taught that all of this stuff was evil. You know what I'm saying? By religion. Um, so of course, if you look at the Tibetan monks, um, from a young age, they teach them how to meditate. They be in the mountains, they be in the wilderness. They teach them how to live a simple life. They teach them, you know, all the necessary things for them to just be operating on a totally different level than everybody else. You know, but see, again, over here in America, in the Western world, we were taught to only use the left brain, right? We were only taught to use the left brain. We grew up in a hypersexualized society. Everybody just want to have sex. Everything's about sex. You know what I'm saying? We overindulge in food in so many things. You got to think about it. Just the matrix that we're all in. You know, the things we're talking about now seem so far fetched, so far fetched. So that's why I'm asking you for once, open the right brain. Once you open the right brain, unlock the right brain, you know what I'm saying? And especially if you can synchronize the two, I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you. Cause this is what our ancestors used to do. Say for an example, if somebody was in Africa, right? We had an ancestor in Africa, or just we knew somebody in Africa. And I'm just using this as an example. You would be able to communicate with them through meditation. I'm telling you. So um, in this movie, I'm gonna show you something real quick. Here we go. Let me show you this because she's gonna remote view. If you never seen the movie Doctor Sleep, you should really check it out because it has a lot of subliminals in it, and it's a good movie because it shows you how these people who are really demons or devils have, they've been living for like thousands of years, and what they do in order for them to stay young or whatever, you know how it go. They kidnap children and they extract the adrenochrome and suck the blood and all that type of stuff. If you ever heard of Fountain of Youth and all those type of things. But anyways, in this movie right here, what they do is they kidnap a child and they suck the breath, the life out of the child, and it gives them life, right? And it prolongs their life and their youthfulness. But anyway, if you look at the screen real quick, this witch, this devil, who is like she's like the leader of the pack. She's the oldest one, and I guess she's the one that she's the most powerful out of all of them, right? What she's doing here, she's on top of the bus and she's about to meditate. Now, again, like I told y'all in one of my older documentaries, not documentaries, but presentations, just because you see somebody that's wicked meditating doesn't make meditation itself wicked, okay? This knowledge is neutral. These things are neutral. Now it always goes back to the intentions of the intentions of a person, right? And if a person has bad intentions and they engage in these type of things, they too can access different things. Now they are limited to what they can do, but they still can access for the most part the same things that those who on the opposite end of things, the righteous, can do. But of course, we're more powerful than they are, and they know it. But yeah, I was just saying, like, just because you see somebody meditate and they are part of like witchcraft or whatever, doesn't mean that meditation is evil. But anywho, check this out, right? So she's meditating. Now I'm gonna skip to a part. Hold on, let me skip. She's about to remote view through meditation. No, 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 don't do that. Don't do that. Hold on, y'all. Okay, so she's focusing, right? She's focusing. I don't want to play it and get a copyright. All right, now what she's doing now is she's remote viewing, because if you haven't seen the movie, I'm gonna just go ahead and tell what happened. She's remote viewing to try to locate the girl who she want to kidnap and use, suck the life out of the girl. Now the girl who she is remote viewing or trying to find through remote viewing, the girl has the ability to remote view as well. You know what I'm saying? So it's like this woman that you see on the screen, right? The woman that you see on the screen, she's the evil one. The girl, which is a melanated girl who has the same ability, she's the good one. You dig what I'm saying? So ultimately, they're fighting against each other and all that in the movie. So look at this. Through meditation, right? She doing all that. So I'm gonna just fast forward it. Hey, go back in there. I'm doing something. Okay, so again, she's still remote viewing. Okay, now she's inside of the girl. Yeah, she's inside of the girl house, right? Hold on. So the girl knows she knew she was there. Hold on 1 second. Yeah, the little girl got in her ass. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, so that's what she was doing. She was remote viewing. And let me see if I can try to fast forward it. You see, she's coming back because this is like an out of body experience, right? She's going back into her body. But anyway, y'all can go check that out on your own time, man. You know, I ain't trying to get them to cut the video. So let me continue reading this. 1 second. I wish y'all weren't so scary, man. Some of y'all can get on here and chat with me. You know what I'm saying? So it wouldn't be so quiet. You know what I'm saying? It could be like a podcast. Like we can go into this information together. We can be sharing things and talking at the same time, you know, because I don't want y'all to get bored, man. Because this type of stuff I be doing at this time, you know, I just be doing research and stuff. But anyway, they get back to it though. They get back to it. So where was I? Oh yeah, I was talking about okay, focus and coherence to the amplitude and frequency of brainwave output between the left and right hemispheres so as to change consciousness, moving it outside the physical sphere so as to ultimately escape even the restrictions of time and space. The participant then gains access to the various levels of intuitive knowledge which the universe offers. Now, man, I hate because it's so much we can touch on, y'all. Like, okay, even with that line right there, right? Where it says left and right hemispheres moving it outside the physical sphere. The participant then gains access to the various levels of intuitive knowledge which the universe offers. Now, how many of you all ever heard of the Akashic records? How many of you all ever heard of the Akashic records? Y'all never heard of the Akashic records? Can y'all see this? Okay, so the Akashic records in theosophy, in oh man, anthro anthropo anthro anthropo blah, blah. I'm tripping. I don't know how to pronounce this word. Anthropophy. I ain't even finna trip. Look, the Akashic records is a compendium of all universal events, thoughts, words, emotions, and intent ever to have occurred in the past, present, or future in terms of all entities and life forms, not just human. They are believed by theosophists to be Oh, that's what it is. Anthroposophy. Okay, my bad, my bad. They are anthroposophy. I'm tripping. They are believed by theosophists to be encoded in a non-physical plane of existence known as the mental plane, right? This is a state of consciousness, okay? Because you have 5 states. Well, it's more than that, but universally you have 5 states, right? You have earth, water, air, fire, ether, right? So I think after earth, which is the physical plane, you have the mental plane, which is what now? Is it the mental plane? Water, water, air. I think air is the mental, if I'm not mistaken. But anywho, yeah. So it says it is believed all thoughts, words, intent, etc. generates its own unique frequency or vibration, which is stored in the Akashic records. Okay. Now, if you all can remember in the scriptures, right? Because I know, hold on one second. Let me remove this. Okay, so in the scriptures, in what book was that? I think it was 1 second. Okay. So John chapter 14, verse 26. But the comforter, which is the Holy Spirit, whom the Father will send in my name, she shall teach you all things and bring all things to your remembrance, whatsoever I have said unto you. Okay. And then also too, in I think it's First John, I forget what chapter, but speaking of the Christ, right? How it says that Christ will teach you all things, you know what I'm saying? And no man, you would need no man to teach you or whatever, right? And then so remember the documentary I did. I keep saying documentary. Remember the presentation I did where I revealed to you the universe memory bank. If you remember that, right? The universe memory bank. And by universe memory bank, I'm referring to Pegasus, the constellation Pegasus, right? All right. So I'll pull it up for you real quick.
I'm saying like a horse coming from somebody's neck. Come on, we know these are just stories, okay? The white seahorse. I'm saying like these are just stories. You feel me? But anyways, you see biblical allegories in Greek mythology. As above, so below. So we have Pegasus, which is a constellation, which is the horse in the heavens, right? The white horse. Then you have Poseidon, who slept with Medusa, and when she died, Pegasus came from her neck, okay? And Pegasus is the white seahorse. Below that, you see the hippocampus. The hippocampus is inside of your brain. It resembles a seahorse. It's in the shape of a seahorse, and it's white according to the Stevens Medical Dictionary. You know what I'm saying? And hippocampus is the part of the brain that's responsible for memory.
Memory.
Now, below that, you have the Bible. The sign of the second coming and the movement into this new consciousness is portrayed through the white horse. Now, what does it all mean? Okay, we go to the next page where I put, so the stimulation to memory in the human brain would come from the electromagnetic fields that would emanate from Pegasus because the two are exactly the same. You know what I'm saying? I told you all before that which is inside of you harmonizes with that which is in the heavens. Why? Because everything is connected, as above, so below. The white seahorse in the sky is the memory bank of the universe or the heavens, and the hippocampus is the memory bank of the brain. All right. Now, in the Bible, it's saying that the sign that is going to be apparent to us that something big is happening would be in the sign. Remember, sign, omen, stars. of the white horse or white seahorse in the sky. So basically, there would be a reactivation of what? Memory. But memory of what is the question? The memory of who you really are. Now we're going to continue and go into Pegasus and its relationship with the muses and their relationship with meditation and everything like that. So, all right, so let's go a little bit more.
But yeah. On your own time, if you never checked that out, man, go check that out. You know what I'm saying? That's the one I did on not chakras, but astrology. And I was really showing you like scripture after scripture after scripture that brought these things out. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of the stuff people were saying that was evil. And since I did that video, I came across way more information that I can put out in the near future or whatever. But yeah, very, very interesting stuff, man. Some interesting stuff. I just thank the Most High for even giving me the eyes to see, for just giving me the ability, the strength, to even go down this rabbit hole. You dig what I'm saying? Because I know a lot of people are just not capable. A lot of people don't have the patience. A lot of people don't have the passion and the focus to go down these roads. You know what I'm saying? To figure this stuff out, to put it in its rightful place, and yeah, man. So go check that out. We all get a chance. But anyway, um, all right. So going back to this, the participant then gains access to the various levels of intuitive knowledge which the universe offers. Okay. And this has everything to do with the hippocampus. The hippocampus deals with memory. That's the memory bank of the brain. Okay. That's where your memory is stored. Now, again, like I said in the presentation, Pegasus, right, which is the white horse, right, is connected to the hippocampus, which is the white seahorse within the brain, and the white seahorse within the brain is connected to Pegasus, the seahorse, the white seahorse in Greek mythology, right? And the white seahorse was it was the pet of the nine muses. Now the nine muses mother was Minomosin. I can't pronounce her name, but she was like the goddess of memory or whatever, right? So it all connects, man, like when you put it all together. But anyway, yeah, so what differentiates the gateway experience from forms of meditation is its use of the Hemisync technique, which is defined in a monograph by Monroe Institute trainer Melissa Jagger as a state of consciousness defined when the EEG patterns of both hemispheres are simultaneously equal in amplitude and frequency. Okay, although Hemisync seems to be rather rare and of only short duration in ordinary human consciousness, Melissa Jagger states that audio techniques developed by Bob Monroe can induce and sustain Hemisync with the Institute's basic Focus 3 tapes. She also notes that studies conducted by Elmer and Alice Green at the Menninger Foundation have shown that a subject with 20 years of training in Zen meditation could consistently establish Hemisync at will, right? They can establish Hemisync at will, the synchronization of the left and right hemispheres of the brain at will, sustaining it for over 15 minutes. Dr. Stuart Twemlow, a psychiatrist and a research associate of the Monroe Institute, reports that in our studies of the effect of the Monroe tape system on brain waves, we have found that the tapes encourage the focusing of brain energy. It can be measured as with a light bulb in watts into a narrower, narrower frequency band. This focusing of energy is not unlike the yoga concept of pointedness, which we may translate in Western terms as a single mindedness. Dr. Twimlow goes on to observe that as the individual gets into the takes beyond focus 3, there is a gradual increase in brain wave size, which is a measure of brain energy or power. Okay. Okay, lamp versus laser. Laser. Melissa Jagger uses a metaphor to help clarify the process involved in the use of Hemisync in the gateway experience. She points out that the human mind in its natural state may be likened to an ordinary lamp, which expends energy in the form of both heat and light, but in a chaotic, incoherent way, which diffuses its energy over a wide area of rather limited depth. On the other hand, the human mind, under the discipline of hemisync, right, the synchronization of the left and right hemispheres, acts after the fashion of a laser beam, which produces a disciplined stream of light. The stream of energy is projected with total coherence of both frequency and amplitude, such that the surface area of a laser beam contains billions of times the concentrated energy found in a similar surface area of the sun, on the sun. Gateway assumes that once the frequency and amplitude of the human brain are rendered coherent, it is possible to begin accelerating both, so that the human mind is soon resonating at ever higher vibrational levels. Okay. The mind can, check this out. The mind can then bring itself into synchronization with more sophisticated and rarefied energy levels in the universe. The mind, when operating at these increasingly rarefied levels, is assumed to be capable of processing the information thus received through the same fundamental matrix by which it makes sense of ordinary physical sensory input to achieve meaning in a cognitive context. Such meaning is usually perceived visually in the form of symbols, but may also be perceived as astonishing flashes of holistic intuition, or even in the form of scenarios involving both visual and oral perception. uh the mechanics by which the mind exercises the consciousness function will be addressed in more detail later in this paper. Like, it gets better and better and better and better and better. You know what I'm saying? um Hold on 1 second. All right, so let's continue, right? So it says, to achieve synchronization of brain hemispheres, the hemisync uh, technique takes advantage of a phenomenon known as the frequency following response, which means that if a subject hears a sound produced at a frequency which emulates one of those associated with the operation of the human brain, the brain will try to mimic the same frequency pattern by adjusting its brainwave output. Therefore, if the subject is in a fully awake state but hears sound frequencies which uh, approximate brain wave output at the theta level, that's like 4 through 7, I believe, hertz. Um, the subject's brain will endeavor to alter its brainwave pattern from the normal beta to the theta level, right? Since the theta level is associated with sleep, the subject concerned may progress from a fully awake to a sleep state, provided that he does not consciously resist, as the brain strives to entrain its wave frequency output with the one which the person hears. Since these brainwave frequencies are outside the spectrum of sounds which can be heard in pure form by the human ear, Hemisync must produce them based on another phenomenon known as the brain's capacity for um, deducing beat frequencies. If the human brain is exposed to one frequency in the left ear, which is 10 hertz below another audible frequency played in the right ear, rather than hearing either of the two audible frequencies, the brain chooses to hear the difference between them, the beat frequency. Thus, availing itself of the FFR phenomenon and using the technique of beat frequencies, the gateway system uses Hemisync and other audio techniques employing the FFR phenomenon to introduce a variety of frequencies which are played at a virtually subliminal, marginally audible level. The objective is to relax the left hemisphere of the brain, place the physical body in a virtual sleep state, and bring the left and right hemispheres into coherence or balance, right, under conditions designed to promote the production of ever higher amplitude and frequency of brainwave output. Audible and perhaps subliminal suggestions by Bob Monroe accompany the various brainwave frequencies, which are sometimes rolled in together with other sounds such as sea, surf, to mask the sound frequencies where desirable. In this way, Gateway endeavors to provide the subject with the tools by which he may alter his consciousness based on his own volition over time through the repetitive use of the tapes so as to access via intuitive means new categories of information not available to ordinary consciousness. Okay. um it's so much, man. I ain't gonna lie, it's so much, let's see. Oh, 1 second, let me see. Consciousness and energy. Man, I want to go through this whole thing, bro, but it is a lot. It's a lot. Hold on real quick. Um Hey sis, your name different on here. I'm trying to think of your name real quick. Keone. I'm tripping, sis. I can't think of your name. You gotta forgive me, man. If you still watching, I need somebody to help me out real quick with something. How do I purchase all music, please? I mean, you can download it for free. Go to ayarka.bandcamp.com. You know what I'm saying? You can download the music for free. Shaya. There you go. I apologize, sis. I'm tripping. Because I'm gonna tell everybody that's watching. She was the one that sent me this. She sent me this a couple years ago, I believe, or was it a year? It was a while ago. You sent me this, and you know, I it was in my email. I said I was gonna check it out, but I'm just, you know, I checked it out the other night, and it's mind blowing for real. So check this out. I don't know what you're doing, what you got going on right now. I don't know, you know what I'm saying? You did up or whatever, but I need somebody to come on here with me, man, real quick. Cause I got other stuff I need to get, and I want somebody to read. If they don't mind reading, if you know what I'm saying, I know some people, you know, they don't want to be put on the spot with reading or whatever. But it's okay, you know, we going through it, you know. We going through it. If you mess up, that cool. Ain't nobody judging you. Okay, role of resonance. However, brain coherence through entrainment to beat frequencies introduced via stereo headphones is only part of the reason why the gateway system works. It is also designed to achieve the physical quietude characteristic of deep transcendental meditative states, which brings about a complete alteration of the fundamental resonance pattern associated with the sound frequencies produced by the human body. Yoga, Zen, or transcendental meditation, or let's even throw in Tai Chi, Qigong, right? If practiced long enough, will produce a change in the sound frequency with which the human heart resonates throughout the entire body. According to Bentov, this change in resonance results from elimination of what the medical profession calls the what is bifurcation, the bifurcation echo, so that the sound of the heartbeat can move synchronously up and down the circulatory system in harmonious resonance approximately 7 times a second. Bento describes the role played by the bifurcation echo as follows. When the left ventricle of the heart ejects blood, the aorta, being elastic, balloons out just beyond the valve and causes a pressure pulse to travel down along the aorta. When the pressure pulse reaches the bifurcation in the lower abdomen, which is where the aorta forks in two to go into the legs, part of the pressure pulse rebounds and starts traveling up the aorta. If in the meantime the heart ejects more blood and a new pressure pulse is traveling down, these two pressure points will eventually collide somewhere along the aorta and produce an interference pattern. By placing the body in a sleep-like state, the gateway takes achieve the same goal as meditation in that it takes place. In that it places the body in such a profoundly relaxed state that the bifurcation echo slowly fades away as the heart lessens the force and frequency with which it pushes blood into the aorta. The result is a regular rhythmic sine wave pattern of sound which echoes throughout the body and rises up into the head in sustained resonance. The amplitude of this sine wave pattern, when measured with a sensitive seismograph type instrument, is about 3 times the average of the sound volume produced by the heart when it is operating normally. All right. Okay, so hold on, let me see. What is it? Tonight? Music can be downloaded for free. Any donation is appreciated. I appreciate that, sis. For real, for real. Okay, so sis, you said you'll read. Okay, let me see. Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna send you some real quick. All right, so I'm gonna put the link to the stream, and I'm gonna link y'all in. Now, when I link you in, okay, even though we talking about this document, listen, feel free to, we can have a conversation about this stuff that we talking about, okay? Um, but here go the link right here. That's the link. I'm gonna put it up on the screen. I'm gonna put it up on the screen. That's the link. But again, what we talking about tonight, I was talking about the sis righteous talks or the sis Shire. Um, really anybody who's willing to come on. But check this out. What we talking about for real though, we're going into these documents, and my reason for going into the documents, showing you what the documents are talking about, like on a scientific level, right? From a scientific standpoint, I mean, A lot of the things that I've been talking about over the years, as far as, us being more than what we think we are, right? Because we throughout our whole life, we've been putting limitations on ourselves, on our minds, and it's like we've been trained and conditioned to only um look at things one way. You understand what I'm saying? Like when we talk about the scriptures and everything like that, it's like we've had people teaching us the Bible and only showing us one layer, right? But this is just me personally. Throughout my journey, all the research that I've done, I found that the Bible has multiple layers to it, multiple layers, right? So, like I said, we've only been trained and been taught to look at it in a literal sense. And we've never really been taught to look at it on a metaphysical level or like spiritual level. Um, we never been taught to look at it in any other way. So when you start getting into when you start getting into the science, you start getting into like how the body works and functions and everything, it's just because a lot of people feel like, oh, it ain't necessary for y'all to go into. Hold on 1 second. Let me put you in, sis. Hold on. What's good? What's good?
Hey, what's going on with it?
I can't call it. Can't call it. Just chilling.
I see you digging into this divine information.
Yeah, yeah. I
We've
was,
been on this.
yeah, been on it. Hold on. What it said? Carnal men teaching carnal men. Yeah. Hold on 1 second. Let me see. So that's what I'm saying. Like when we talk about the Bible, I don't want nobody to get it twisted. Like I'm not knocking the Bible. I'm not saying that we don't need it. I'm not saying none of this stuff. You feel me? I feel it's necessary. I feel the Bible is pretty much a summary of everything that we've been talking about over the years. You know what I'm saying? Now it has levels to it. Like we talking about meditation. Just reading the Bible alone, all you would know is just, meditate on the word, meditate on these things. But you don't know what meditation does from a science standpoint, like what it does to the brain, what parts of the brain that it changes, you know what I'm saying? The structure, like the prefrontal cortex, it actually enlarges. You know what I'm saying? That's where your compassion, your love, your memory, all of that is stored. And then you have the amygdala. When you meditate, the amygdala is actually connected to the sympathetic nervous system, right? That's where your fight or flight is. That's where your, you
Mhm.
know, your memories, such as like your traumas and things of that nature. That's what all that is stored, right? So the more you meditate, the more that part of your brain shrinks. I mean, it's levels to it, man. Hold on, hold on. But can you see the screen, sis?
Yes, sir.
Hold on 1 second. Let me see. Let me see if I can. Matter of fact, you
You
can see
trying
it.
to zoom in for me real quick? Or
Yeah, you see it better like that.
yeah, I'm just because I'm on my phone. I'm not on my laptop right now.
Oh, let me blow it up a little bit. What about now?
Okay, yeah, much better.
All right, hold on. Oh, that's too much. Hold on.
How's my sister?
Oh, she good. She good. She in there right now. She just finished cooking. Getting them boys situated.
Oh, okay.
They good.
All right. Let me know when you're ready.
All right, hold on. Hey, Kiani. hold on. It's the bro. Hold on 1 second. All right, you go ahead when you're ready.
All right.
So we in paragraph 9 on brain stimulation.
Okay, brain stimulation. Bentov's biomedical model shows that this resonance is of considerable importance since it is directly transmitted to and impacts upon the brain. The resulting vibration is received third and left ventricles located above the brainstem. An electromagnetic pulse is then generated, which stimulates the brain to raise the amplitude and frequency of brainwave output, just as Dr. Twemlow
Mm-hmm.
observed in his research on the effects of the Hemisync tapes. Also, the brain is contained in a tight membrane called the dura, which is in turn cushioned by a thin layer of fluid located between it and the skull. Let me know when you want me to stop or pause so you can explain to them what's happening.
Okay. Okay, you go ahead.
As the coherent renaissance produced by the human heart in a state of profound relaxation reaches the fluid layer surrounding the brain, it sets up a rhythmic pattern in which the brain moves up and down approximately 0.05 to 0.10 millimeters in a continuous pattern. The self reinforcing character of resonant behavior accounts for the body's ability to sustain this movement despite the minimal level of energy involved. In this way, the entire body, based on motion, functions as a tuned vibrational system which transfers energy in a range of between 6.8 and 7.5 hertz into the Earth's ion ionosphere. What is that?
Ionosphere.
Ionospheric cavity, which itself resonates at about 7 to 7.5 hertz. Of this process, Bento states, this is occurring at a very long wavelength of about 40,000 kilometers, or just about the perimeter of the planet. And us, the signal from the movement of our bodies in about 1/7 of a second through the boy, if you don't stop moving that screen, electrostatic field in which we are embedded. Such
Mm-hmm.
a long wavelength knows no obstacles and it does not attenuate much over large distances. Naturally, it will go through just about anything metal, concrete, water, and the fields making up our bodies. It is the ideal medium for conveying a telepathic signal.
Mm-hmm.
Consequently, the gateway process is designed to rather rapidly induce a state of profound calm within the nervous system into significantly.
Yeah.
What? I'm reading like a crackhead. What
Yeah,
do
you
you mean?
good. You good.
Significant. Wait. Significantly cause the circulatory system, skeleton, and all the other physical organ systems to begin vibrating coherently at approximately 7 to 7.5 cycles per second. The resulting renaissance sets up a regular repetitive sound which propagates in consonance with the electrostatic field of the earth.
Right. Okay. Um,
You want to explain to them what's happening here?
I,
Or
I
pretty
can't.
sure they know.
In scientific terms, I can't even break all this down. I can't, like, for real. Like I'm trying to, like, as we go, because like what I've read in it so far, it's like it's certain things that I'm familiar with that I can
And
speak
some
on.
is not.
Yeah, like, but when it's talking about right here,
Like when in third ventricle and the fluid, we know what that is.
yeah. And I'm just now learning more about the brain waves and the resonance and everything like that. So the more I learn about it, the more I speak on it. But
Mm-hmm.
for the most part, what we're reading right now, I'm familiar with it, but not, like I said, not to the point where I can really break down, what it's
Yeah,
talking about.
what's happening here?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just crazy that they've been knowing about meditation and how the brain works from the left to the right brain, how the body is talked about in the scriptures, how electromagnetic we are in regards to our brain and the signals that we have throughout our bloodstream and all that kind of stuff is in this document. It's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. Hold on 1 second. Let me add the bro on real quick. Hey, bro. Okay.
Can you
Unmute
hear
your
me?
mic.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay.
What, what's good with you?
That was good, man. Shit. I'm over in the car, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's a little dark.
Okay. Nah, it's cool. Long as we can hear you.
All right,
But
bro.
you know what, sis? Let me to go with what you just said though,
Yes.
because a lot of people, like I said, the Bible is for the most part it's a like a synopsis. It's like a summary. It's not gonna go too deep into anything, but
Mm-hmm.
we're talking about frequency. We're talking about sound. We're talking about the body, right?
Mm-hmm.
This book right here, which I spoke about many times before. Hold on 1 second. Oh, I got it on the screen. Hold on, let me share it real quick. So this is in the Aquarian Gospel. I'm gonna read it real quick. Let me share it. One second. I want one of y'all to read this, and I'll just do it. All right. Can y'all see this? Oh, hold on. Did it? Hold on 1 second.
It's so crazy that I caught you on here because I'm never on YouTube.
For real? You said you never on YouTube?
No, it's like divine timing that I came on here and actually saw you going live.
Hold on. Can y'all see that? Is it too small?
I can see it. I just had to zoom in.
Okay. Okay. One of y'all read that for me.
You want me to read
Yeah, you read it.
it? It says, "He said, the laws of nature are the laws of health, and he who lives according to their laws is never sick. Transgression of these laws is sin, and he who sins is sick. He who obeys the laws maintains an equilibrium in all
Balance.
his parts,
Balance. Balance in all his parts in his body, okay?
and thus and what's this? And thus ensures true harmony. And
Mm-hmm.
harmony is health,
Mm-hmm.
while discord is disease."
Mm-hmm.
It says, "That which produces harmony in all the parts of man is medicine, ensuring health." The body is a, how you say that? Harper short. How you say that?
Harpsichord,
Harpsichord. The body
right?
is a harpsichord,
It's
and when, go ahead, my bad.
no. I was just gonna say the harpsichord is an instrument, right? So it's just
Mm-hmm.
just saying the body is an instrument.
Okay. The body is a harpsichord, and when its strings are too relaxed or are too tense, the instrument is out of tune.
Mm.
The
Yep.
man is sick. Now, everything in nature has been made to meet the wants of man. So everything is found in medical arcanes. And when the harp, harpsichord, my bad, I'm messing up the words, but
You good?
harpsichord
Harpsichord, you good?
of man is out of tune, the vast expense of nature may be searched for remedy. There is a cure for every ail- ailment of the
Ailment.
flesh,
Mm-hmm.
ailment of the flesh. Of course, the will of man is remedy supreme, and by the vigorous exercise of will, man may make tense a cord that is relaxed, or may relax one that is too tense, and thus may heal himself. When man has researched, I mean, my bad, and man has reached the place where he has faith in God and nature and himself, he knows the word of power. His word is balm for every wound, his cure for all the ills of life. The healer is the man who can inspire faith. The tongue may speak to human ears, but souls are.
Hold on 1 second. Let me pull up the second part of it.
I'm gonna need that document. What is that?
Yeah, yeah, that
What?
was
Because I see you got some. I see you got some scriptures written on the side right there. Got some
yeah.
precepts going on.
Yeah, you have to put that up early, man.
Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna
Yeah,
tell you.
you done had this one in the cut, sir.
Hold on 1 second. Okay, hold on 1 second. Let me blow it up a little bit. All right, you can keep going.
Reached by souls that speak to souls. He he is the forceful man whose souls is large and who can enter into souls, inspiring hope in those who have no hope, and faith in those who have no faith in God, and nature, nor in man. There is no universal balm for those who tread the common walks of life. A thousand things produce in harmony and make men sick. A thousand things may tune the harpsichord and make men well. That which is medicine for one is poison for another one. So one is healed by what would kill another one.
Mm,
An herb may heal the one, a drink of water may restore another one, a mountain breeze may bring to life one seeming past all help. A coal of fire or a bit of earth may cure another one, and one may wash in certain streams or pools and be made whole. The virtue from the hand or breath may heal a thousand more, but love is queen. Thought, reinforced by love, is God's great sovereign balm.
mm-hmm. Keep going.
Okay. Nah, it was this little thing was in the way. My bad, I couldn't see it.
Oh, my bad, my bad. Let me 1 second. Let me take it out real quick. Hold on. Okay.
All right. But many of the broken chords in life and discords that so vex the soul are caused by evil spirits of the air that men see not, that lead men on through ignorance to break the laws of nature and of God. These powers act like demons, and they speak. They rend the man, they drive him to despair. But he who is a healer, true, for he is a healer, true, is master of soul, and can, by force of will, control these evil ones.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
Some spirits of the air are master spirits and are strong, too strong for human power alone. But,
Hold on 1 second.
oh man, hold up. Is it getting hotter here? Or was it me? No.
Those are some major keys right there.
Shoot. Yeah, that's hard.
But just imagine if all this was included in the scripture.
Right. Then people would have a better understanding of what is actually really truly being fed to them.
Yep. All right, this the last of it right here.
Okay. It says, man has helpers in the higher realms that may be importune, and they will help to drive the demons out. Of what this great physician said, this is the Son. And Jesus bowed his head in recognition of the wisdom of this master soul and went his way.
Right. So again, hold on, let me get this
He
out
said
here.
the Aquarian Gospel. Okay.
Yeah, the name of that book right there is the Aquarian Gospel. It got a lot of drop in it, a lot of, and I'll be honest. I'll be honest. When I read the Aquarian Gospel and I read the Essene Gospels, that's what kind of, I feel like for me it completed my, I wouldn't necessarily say it completed my journey, but it just took me to another level. You know what I'm saying? Because I understood, how we're connected to everything,
Right.
and I just gained a lot of respect for everything, and just
Yeah.
started seeing things for what they really are. And like somebody mentioned in the comments, they was like, in other words, when in a meditative state, your brain emits a frequency, the same frequency Earth frequency is on. So it like reading these records, it it sends you down this journey where it shows you how to realign. It shows you the importance of realigning with Mama Earth. You know what I'm saying? and,
Mm.
and all of her laws and the forces of nature and everything like that, just being one with everything and using these things rightfully so, you know. So
What really hit me was the verse that it was talking about how you are a healer, and your environment can be sick. You know what
mhm,
I mean? Your family can be sick, and although you're trying to be that healer for yourself and for the people around you that you love, what's is really gonna kill them. And that's where that discord and you have to really pretty much get out of that environment to truly fully heal, so that you can heal other people that need to be healed. And also too, when it talks about being like out of tune, and it's using an instrument to kind of convey this level of understanding to the person that's reading, that literally we are instruments that are out of tune. Like the whole earth has been out of tune. Just like the document was talking about the hertz, the
mhm.
frequency that the body is on, the things you eat, the things you watch, the things you listen to, the people you around, the thoughts that are in your brain. Like, and this is what scripture has been saying. This is what Christ has been saying the whole time.
The whole time.
The whole time.
Check this out right here. This is something that I put together. I really want y'all to look at it, right? Okay. And so I don't know what your world looks like. I don't know what your world looks like. I don't know what everybody that's in the comment section, I don't know what their world look like. I feel like, but this right here, hold on. My audio straight?
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
Was that me?
Oh no, it sounded staticky.
It did.
But I feel like this could be useful. This could be what I got on the screen right now. It could be useful for anybody, right? So regardless of the situation that we find ourselves in, let's say we get into a heated argument with somebody, or not even a heated argument, let's just say we get into a debate or whatever, right? I feel like this right here, when we talk about meditation and in what ways it can help us in any situation, dealing with mental health and all of that, right?
Hmm.
So on the right page, I got reacting versus being proactive. Okay. It said being on this spiritual journey, the goal is to become more proactive, peaceful, holistic, balanced, etc. You have responsibility, the ability to respond. Okay, to consciously respond is on the other end of the spectrum of reacting. Okay, if we meditate more, we elevate our consciousness, becoming more aware and coming to the now instead of running on unconscious programs. Then we can more and more come to that moment of a pause where we resist reacting, right? We resist whatever animalistic, or not animalistic, but automatic reaction we will have. We remember this is my responsibility. I have the ability to proactively respond, right? Becoming conscious to the point that you resist your immediate instinctual sympathetic nervous system reaction and instead choose to come into relaxation by activating the parasympathetic nervous system. And over here on the other side, now remember earlier I was talking about meditation and what it does to the brain. So these are the two most important parts right here, areas I meant, on the prefrontal cortex and the amygdala. Prefrontal cortex deals with higher level thinking, emotional regulator, executive decision making, focus, compassion, and memory, and is also connected to the parasympathetic nervous system, the right brain, right? And the amygdala deals with fear, anger, pleasure, fight or flight, trauma, anxiety, depression. Sympathetic nervous system, left brain. So meditation, reading, exercise changes the physical structure of both the prefrontal cortex and amygdala. The prefrontal cortex actually grows in neural thickness, density, and overall size, and the amygdala shrinks in size. So this is why I'm telling y'all, like, I cannot stress it enough. Like, I know some people, you know, every once in a while they may meditate or whatever, you know. Um, but I feel like it should be like a way of life for us. You know, we should incorporate meditation and fasting like into our daily routine, you know. Well, with fasting, I know fasting can be crucial, but I would say probably fast and detox like one time a week, 2 times a week. It depends on the person, but and how much they need. But yeah, what y'all think about that?
I agree. And I'm going to just be honest. I've been being bad with my fasting. I know I need to get back on it because when I was really doing my hard research, I remember asking you about it first because you were on it already before I was. And so once you kind of like gave me a little bit of the tools, and then I did my own research on it a couple of years ago, it was so crazy because I remember having a dream about the body and, the spine and your brain and just all of that kind of stuff. And it was confirmation for me, and it was helping me a whole lot. It got me through some really, really tough times. And I think this was like divine timing and me getting on as a reminder to get back into that.
Yeah.
Mm.
You see, we can know the knowledge, but applying it is the responsibility. It's the hard part because yeah, we work, we have this going on, we have that going on, and it's like it's so much, that happens around us that's a huge distraction.
Mm-hmm. You're right. You're right. And see, that's what I'm saying. That's why when you study records in ancient cultures, you know what I'm saying, especially those who kind of remove themselves far away from the masses society. I'm speaking mainly like those who the Essenes, for an example.
Hmm.
This is why they lived far away from everybody else. You know what I'm saying? Because they wanted to apply these things. They wanted to be like, they wanted to be so disciplined, and it became a way of life, you know. So I feel what you're saying, and it is hard. I'm not even gonna sit up here in front, like even with me, you know, this the type of stuff I'm like, I love this stuff. You know what I'm saying? I love the
Hmm.
knowledge, I love the information. And I truly feel like I have a gift, but I'm not gonna lie. The last 2 years, I've been chasing money. I ain't gonna lie.
Listen,
I've
listen,
been
I've been trying to create this exit strategy over here to get out of this society and this environment. So the applying the knowledge that we have is what's really going to save us at the end of the day. Because we got the knowledge, and if we continue to keep on pursuing the knowledge and the information and applying it, we'll be okay.
Mhm.
Facts. That's true, man. That's true. Like what you said, like, and then I can't. I mean, in Yarka, man, you be listening to him so much. He be like, he always talking about as far as applying. You know what I'm saying? Applying, and I'm like, yeah. And Yarka know, he know, because when I be talking with him at times, you know what I'm saying? It's just, like you said, far you said last 2 years you've been chasing money and everything like that. And that's been like, man, it's not only me, but there's another brother that I know, as far as kind of like trying to link up and do some things and everything like that, man. Try to get some things popping and all that, man. Trying to truly apply. You know what I'm saying? So,
Right.
but in this society, man, they be trying to make it hard for you.
Yeah, for real. But that's why I say it's times like this that we do need reminders to keep going. You know what I'm saying? To keep going.
You a healer. I think that we all are to some degree. If we choose to feed that part of ourselves, you know what I mean? And so you getting on here is a part of you being a healer, because I needed to hear what you were talking about. Like this is a part of my inform informative tribe. Okay, you
Right.
have information that's a part of your tribe. Like that's what you resonate with more than pretty much anything else. And there's no judgment zone here. So as we're sitting here talking about all this stuff that we know, we reading all this stuff, yeah, we didn't looked at the document, we've researched and all that. And there's no judgment zone at the fact that we can tell you, hey, sometimes we ain't applied it.
Mm-hmm.
But it's true though. It's real. It's helped us in many ways. I know it's helped me in many ways, and you as well.
Yeah, for real. For real. I wanted to read something because I forgot to mention this earlier. Um, hold on, hold on 1 second. All right. So I had muted y'all mics real quick. I had spoke about remote viewing, right? And I said I was gonna read something out of a book. I forgot to pick it up and read it, but this book right here, you can see. Hold on 1 second. Let me take this thing right here down. Okay. This book right here. Um check this out, right? So it's talking about, hold on, let me back it up. Dimensions and the musical scale. No, that ain't what I want. It's right here. Wavelength determines dimension. Check this out. It says the dimensional levels are nothing but different base rate wavelengths. Because this ties into what that document is talking about, right? It says the only difference between this dimension and any other is the length of its basic waveform. It's just like a television or radio set. When you turn the dial, you pick up a different wavelength. Then you get a different image on your TV screen or a different station on your radio. It's exactly the same for dimensional levels. If you were to change the wavelength of your consciousness, and in doing so, uh and in so doing, change all your body patterns to a wavelength different from this universe, you would literally disappear out of this world and reappear in the one to which you were tuned. Now, remember what I was saying about the body is restricted to time and space. Okay. But your consciousness, your mind is not. Your consciousness and your mind can go to other worlds at will. So, but peep this though. This is exactly what the UFOs do when you see them shooting across the sky. If you ever seen one, they shoot across at unbelievable speeds, then make a 90-degree turn and disappear. The people on board those ships are not being carried through space like we are on airplanes. Spaceship passengers are consciously connected physically to the vehicle itself. When they get ready to go into another world, they go into meditation and link all aspects of themselves into oneness. Then they make either a 90-degree shift or two 45-degree shifts all at once in their minds, actually taking the whole ship along with its passengers into another dimension. You know what I'm saying? And this book right here goes in, man, it goes into the sacred geometry, it goes into the musical scale. I'm talking about, bro.
I'm gonna need that. Is that on Amazon?
Yeah. It's called The Ancient Secret of the Flower of Life, volume 1 and 2.
Wait
Ancient
a
secret.
minute,
Yeah.
because I'm going to put that in my cart right now.
There you go, right there. It's on the screen. Appreciate it, sis.
Okay, wait. Let me just screenshot it.
Hey y'all,
Mm-hmm.
does your like? I'm pretty sure you probably had like dreams and all that stuff, but does your dreams? I know dreams be more it's already vivid already, but do you ever feel like your dream is becoming more and more vivid?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I feel like I'm not just saying it because we're talking about it, but I feel like, um, hold on one second, one second. Yeah. Hold on. I think that. Why does it sound like that? Okay, it's gone now. It's gone now. But yeah, nah, bro. But for real though, not because we talking about this. I've always felt like my dreams were super vivid. You know what I'm saying? Um, one thing about the dreams that I have, I always write my dreams down. You know what I'm saying? I always like just record everything that I experienced in I guess the astral plane or whatever. Um, and man, it's so crazy though because, like I said before, with a lot of the dreams I had, it felt so real that when I woke up, I was actually sweating. I remember running in my dreams, fighting in my dreams and waking up sweating you know, and then also too, if I'm being blunt, like, you know, us brothers, we have wet, I haven't had one in a long time, but I'm saying wet dreams, right? Just and I feel like that's a conversation that needs to be had too. You know what I'm saying? On another level, because even that in itself, that's crazy. That's crazy how your mind, you can be engaging in sexual intercourse inside of a dream, and then it's like once you get pushed back into your body, like in the dream, you're about to come or whatever. But then when in the dream, when you're coming, it's just like you just fall back into your body, and then you have a physical, you know what I'm saying? Like that's just, it is crazy. Like, and I know, everybody, they say like, whenever you have dreams like that, you're dealing with a demon and stuff like that. But still, it's like it's crazy.
Do
How
you
to
think?
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you think? Do you think you actually like dealing with a demon?
To my inner dream,
Yeah, like whenever certain things like that happen, do you actually feel like that you're dealing with a demon?
I won't lie. I won't lie. I feel like not I feel like, but I'm gonna speak on some hold on, sis. Hold on. Let me link you back in. Hold on. Um type this in right here or copy and paste it. Okay, so um I'll tell you about a dream I had, and I'll be brief with it. I had a dream, right? Because this was I'm being blunt. I'm being blunt. This is when I was like masturbating and watching porn and stuff real heavy. I remember I had a dream one night, and it was a beautiful girl, right? So it was a beautiful girl in the dream. That's how I started off. You feel me? We were just kicking it, and then one thing led to another. And so, we doing the do in the dream. And if I'm being raw with it, you know what I'm saying, she was on top of me, right? Right. So in the dream, like I said, everything going good, but then next thing you know, it's weird because as I'm sitting in this chair and she's on top of me, it's like I was sitting across watching everything go down. And look, this beautiful appearance that she had. How about her body twisted, like her torso, it twisted and turned around and looked at me while she was still, doing the do. Her appearance changed, everything changed. It was just like a straight, like some demonic, like Medusa type. I don't know. She just had her face just became so damn ugly, and like while she was doing that, her body, like I said, it was turned towards me, so her stomach just opened up and her gut started coming out. Man, it was so foul, like the smell, the scent, and it's crazy. Like the smell was so bad to the point where I just couldn't bear it. I couldn't bear. Like I was sitting across. She was doing that, and guts just spilling, and her mouth was just opening and opening, and it was crazy. But I got up out that mud, man. I started running up some stairs, and then I tried to get away, and I jumped across, and next thing you know, I woke up, man, and like I was like, damn, like that's junk crazy. That
I
kind
know
of
exactly what you're talking
made
about.
yeah, that kind of made me slow it all the way down though. I ain't gonna lie, cause it scared me.
I done had some of them too. Not like that, but I've had crazy dreams. But I'm gonna let him go ahead and say what he got to say.
Mm-hmm.
Are you talking about me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, man. No, yeah, like I said, I know exactly what you're talking about, man. Because it's like now I don't really know about nothing like happened like that, far as the mouth open up and then the guts start spilling out. I don't know nothing about that. That's I'm saying I ain't never, um, but like you said, like whenever the intercourse happens or whatever like that. But I have been at a point where it'll be. I don't know if you've seen the movie Inception.
Mm-hmm.
You remember like far as what he'll like do something where he'll get he'll go to sleep and he'll go to a dream, but it's like levels of dreams that he'll go through.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like say if you wake up at a one, he'll be in another dream,
Mm-hmm.
and so it's kind of like you. It's like when you fall, like it's crazy, but that's how some of the dreams that I be having. It's like at a one intercourse, then it go to another one. I try, wake up at that one, then it go to another one, stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, so as and it, when I be thinking about things like that, man. It's like you seeing yourself there. Like you said you was in a chair or on the opposite side of the room,
Mm-hmm.
right? So you said you was like in the opposite side of the room while you seeing yourself having intercourse with this entity,
Mm-hmm.
and that's how it be. I'm like, cause and then I'm like, and you look, I'm like, it's strange, bro. It's like it's too deep for words, man. It's like I only really know the words to really even put it,
Right.
but I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, you can go ahead, sis. I'm gonna share something after you go. You were saying something about.
My dreams, I've been having vivid dreams. You've heard of some of them crazy dreams, but I've been having vivid dreams like that since I was a little girl. And even my best friend, like she's not really into, she has a Christian perspective of the scriptures, but she's very open-minded. And so um she may not keep the laws as she should. She may not keep the laws of nature as she should, but she's very well aware of stuff, and she's a visionary. She'll have a dream about something about somebody and it will actually happen. And I'm not talking about like a year later. I'm talking like a week later. And so for me, my dreams, like recently, I had a dream that I was abducted, and I don't even remember everything, honestly. And this go deep. I don't know if anybody has ever had dreams or felt like they were abducted or something like that. But there were multiple instances in my dreams where I've encountered, beings, or these really great angelic forces that looked just like us, honestly. And the last dream I had, if it was like they were working on me or some kind of craziness that was happening, but I don't remember what they were doing. I remember how my neck felt, and I
Mm,
woke up out of nowhere. And then another dream prior to that, a couple of years ago, I had a dream that one of them came to my house and knocked on my door. When I tell you I opened up my door, it was like this tall, dark man with dreadlocks. And his eyes were like as white as snow. And I was like really, really afraid, as he was walking in. He didn't walk in aggressively. It was like, I'm not here to hurt you. But I'm scared because like, what is going on here? And I tried to like push his body away. And when I tried to move his body away from mine, when he grabbed my hand, it was a vibrational chill that went through my arm, throughout my whole body. It was like, okay, listen, I'm not trying to hurt you, okay? But I'm here to either speak to you or anything like that, or give you some kind of ancient wisdom. I don't know what it was, but I know that when he touched me in my body, I had a whole vibration, and I jumped up out of sleep with that. It was like a real dream. You know how you can actually feel in your
mm-hmm.
dream?
Yep.
That's how I felt. Like, soon as he touched my arm, it was like a shockwave, like
Right.
electricity. It's
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah. And just like sis said right here, she said some of our dreams are manifestations of movies we see and or subconscious thoughts, sometimes even past experiences.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, even future experiences. I mean, if we talking about remote viewing, looking into the future, you know what I'm saying? Deja vu. It's like, how do you explain that? You know,
Hmm.
many of us have had experiences like that. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Mm.
I remember when I was young, bro. Like, it's crazy. When I was young, like 10 or 11. I remember when me and my wife lived in the house we just sold this year. When we first moved there, I remember I bought a 65-inch TV. So as I'm putting the TV up on the TV stand, it just hit me. And I'm just like, I said, hold up, man. I seen this somewhere before, bro. I seen this exact moment. You feel me? Like me doing this exact thing. Like I seen this, and it even goes into that conversation of destiny. Like, okay, because I've had conversations with people who said, okay, our life is already mapped out. You know what I'm saying? Like we have two paths that we can either take in this life, or multiple paths, right? And every path we take has the end result, or whatever, right? So let's say if you was a person who you made bad choices, you had destructive thoughts or whatever, right? There's a path for you. or you live like just a complete sinful life. You ain't trying to change none of that, right? There's a path for that. A person that may be, struggling here and there, whatever, right? And it ultimately, you're conscientious of what's going on in your life, right? The things you struggle with, all of that, boom, boom, boom. But ultimately, it comes down to a choice that you make, right? Either you're going to fight those battles and try to overcome and be Lord, or whatever. You know what I'm saying? And master and control your life. I don't know. I don't know. But then you got free will. I don't
Mm-hmm.
know. I don't know.
The
No,
questions
I
that we
hear
ask
you.
ourselves.
Yeah,
Mm, it's interesting.
I get exactly what you're saying though.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
Sure. It's like, okay, there's a elder down there, right? And you know what I'm saying, he may not really know exactly as far as, or really, you know what I'm saying, because some people they be, you know what I'm saying, they be on the edge about certain things where, you know what I'm saying, things be demonized, you know what I'm saying, to truly keep you from activating, like what you say, like kind of like your higher spirit.
Mm-hmm.
You know? So but long story short, there was an elder that I was talking to about a month or so ago. And I went to one of the other congregations, whatever like it, right? You know what I'm saying? Even though I know what I know, I still go there and I still drop jewels and gems on them, you know what I'm saying, piece by piece, because you gotta speak to them in parables,
Mm-hmm.
because there's certain things that they may not understand that you understand. You know, you think about the story of Christ or Mashiach, you know what I'm saying? It was things the spiritual things that he was speaking that basically got him killed. You know what I'm saying? Like his own people, they weren't ready for what he was truly trying to say or trying
Mm-hmm.
to bring to you.
But
But
not to cut you off, but what's his name? All the prophets dealt with the same thing. You
Yep.
know, every time the Most High like dealt with the prophets and told them like go talk to the people. You feel me? He always
mhm,
told them they got to speak to them in a certain way. Either
yeah,
speak to them in a parable, speak to them in dark sayings and things like that. Because it's like, man, the carnal mind. You feel me?
Yes. 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 Some people still don't realize that you know the sea is people. You know what I mean? A multitude of many waters and all that. Like, people don't even understand the Bereshit, Genesis, and separating darkness from light. Although it happened, what is the spiritual connotation behind that?
Mm-hmm.
Your higher and lower self, you know?
Mm-hmm. I don't mean to. Let me say this real quick because we talking about the carnal mind, right?
yeah,
And I'm glad you said. Somebody said that in the comments. When we talk to our people about anything esoteric, anything spiritual, it's like everything's evil, everything is new age, right? But
when it's already been.
it's a mindset, right? So hold on, let me show y'all this. You remember when I did this right here? Hold on. Remember when I did this? Can y'all see it?
Yep, I remember that. I'll never forget it. It was one of the videos I studied.
Um,
Very important scriptures here. First Corinthians, right? That's the first one. Let's get it. Let me move this down.
so watch this. Just
Let's get it.
briefly.
Now we finna get into the meat of things. Right? We finna break this down. First Corinthians chapter 2, verse 14 says, but the natural man receiveth not the things of the Spirit of God. So if he can't receive the spiritual things of God, what makes you think he can receive the words of Christ, which are spirit, right? For they are foolishness unto him. Neither can he know them because they are spiritually discerned, right? And I like what it says right here in the New Living Translation. But people who aren't spiritual can't receive these truths from God's spirit. It all sounds foolish to them and they can't understand it. For only those who are spiritual can understand what the spirit means. There's a difference between those who are religious and those who are spiritual. You know what I'm saying? Now, Pete Gang, kinfolk, 1 Corinthians 2:14. I want to focus on this word natural. What does that mean? But the natural man. What is the natural man? Who is the natural man? What does that mean? Let's get it, man. So if you look at the word natural, you go into the Strongs or the lexicon, you see natural, Greek 5591, right? Animal, natural, sensuous. Oh, okay. So okay, we got animal and sensuous. Let's focus on animal. Remember what I said? We start off as intelligent animals. Etymology definition on the word animal: used derisively of brutish humans, in which the animal or non-rational, non-spiritual nature is ascendant, pertaining to the animal spirit of what? Man. That is, pertaining to the merely sentient, as distinguished from the intellectual, rational, or spiritual qualities of a human being. Okay, you think that's it?
Hold on.
We got more. Animalism, right? Brutishness, state of being, a mere animal, moved by what? Sensual appetites. What does that mean? Oh, don't worry, we're going to get into it. As opposed to intellectual or moral forces, as the doctrine that man is a mere animal. You think that's it? No, I got more. Let's get the symbolic meaning behind animal, right? I study symbolism. Let's get it. A symbol of the what? Desires, passions, and appetite.
But anyway, yeah. So that whole little presentation right there, going into the etymology of the words and just showing, man, like, excuse me.
Is anybody else hearing that static sound? Or is that just me?
I hear it when you talk.
And I
Static.
hear when you know what that is.
Huh?
I said I hear it every time you talk. I don't know what that is.
Oh, for
You
real?
still hear it now?
Nah, I don't hear it now.
Okay. We're good.
Yeah. I mean, do you hear it when I talk?
Just a little bit, but not as bad as it just was. We can continue.
Oh, okay, yeah. But yeah, that's the whole point of all this, man. Just trying to get people to see that there's more. There's more than what they know. They think that what they know is just it. They don't think it's that there's nothing else for them to learn. They don't think that it's so crazy because when we talk about knowledge, right? I be hearing people say this all the time that our people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. And then when you try to drop knowledge, oh, it ain't necessary for us to know this. We ain't gotta know this. We don't blah 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 blah. But I'm just like, that's the reason why you in the situation you in right now. Hold on, it may be your speaker volume. Hold on. Oh, it is me.
Is it you or me?
Very slight, but we can hear. Hold on. Do this real quick. Y'all mute y'all mics and then I'm gonna talk. And then so can you hear me static now? It's not okay. I don't know. It might be one of y'all.
It's probably mine.
Yeah.
Because I don't have the app. Is it are you using the StreamYard app? Are you using their website?
Oh, the website.
Okay, I don't know why it's doing it on mine. Maybe you just don't like me, but I don't hear it any longer. So
Both of y'all sound clear.
Oh,
right, it's like it's iffy. It's acting crazy one moment and then acting studious the next.
All right. Yeah.
But yeah, when you were talking about like the natural man and like the beast, the animalistic nature of that, you know, Adam was given the power over the animals. He was given the power to name the animals. How many times the Most High turned someone into an animal? You know, do you really think he turned somebody into a donkey? You know what I
Mm,
mean? When he says walk upright, you know what
mm,
I mean? Peaceful. He is talking about your lower self. You know, people love to sit around and be taught by somebody all the time. Like we got all these elders in the Hebrew community. I don't have any issues with any of them, but I'm gonna just keep it solely honest. I've been in this truth for 12 years. 12 years, okay? 2013 is when I found out who I was according to the scriptures.
mm-hmm,
People are just stopping there.
mm-hmm,
They're not going nowhere else. And they're so focused on it's 613 commandments. You know, women's supposed to be wearing dresses and cover your head. Head covering is Christ. And my sisters, a lot of them are under their man and he leading you to hell.
mm,
That's true. I've been out here in Los Angeles when there were no Hebrew camps on the corners here. That wasn't even heard of in New York. And so when I came back from school and I started to see them a lot, I would speak. I would say, "Hey, how you doing?" And the first question they asked me was, "Where are your fringes?
mm-hmm.
What
Oh,
congregation you a part of, sis?" I don't need a congregation. I've done that already. I've been a part of about like 3, 4 of them. Okay, and I remember seeing this one brother, and it was after Passover, because I know that some of us don't keep the high holy days. You know, everybody has their own way of dealing with things, and there's no judgment at all because we just all trying to figure it out. Okay, one of my safety seat belts is I still keep the high holy days, and as to the best of my ability, and so where I just got done with Passover and I'm at the wash house and I see this young dude. He maybe about like 22 years old. And he's washing his clothes and I'm like, I see his fringes. And this is my spirit. Let me tell my brother his fringes look good, although I know we don't have to wear them every day.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but it's not my business to tell him, you know, he ain't got to wear that every day. Why you got that on? So when I asked him, when I told him, hey, you know, your fringes look good, da da da, I said, did you just keep Passover? And he was like, yeah, yeah, yeah. So I'm talking to him, me, regular, my regular chick. You see my bamboos, my jewelry, my nose ring, my braids. I'm not dressed like a Hebrew Israelite. How do I know about Passover? How do I know about fringes? He not one time asked me those questions. Do you know what he asked me? Where was my fringes? My
uh,
fringes. You see the carnality in that?
yeah.
Instead of looking at my spirit, so focused on the physicality of things. Let me tell you something. If that's what you focused on, honey, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, you hit it dead on the nail. For real. It's sad that a lot of people cannot graduate past that. You know what I'm saying? A lot of them are they're stuck, and a lot of them are comfortable. They trying to walk in the footsteps of the very
The very Pharisaic people that killed Christ.
yeah, yeah.
I
yes.
mean, let's just call a spade a spade. This is, you know, it's so sad because, you know, the vibration has been raising a lot in the world because the Most High said in the end times, knowledge shall increase. So a lot of more people are learning who we are according to the Bible. But just because you know who you are doesn't mean anything. There's a lot of stuff going on. There's no love thy neighbor as I love myself. None of it is happening here. It's just all about, hey, if you're a part of this, I'm gonna tell you, it's a religion. We
It
love
is.
to bash the Christians so much, but it's the same thing.
It is. Tell it like it is. It is.
Yeah.
You know what
Look,
I'm saying? It's so crazy because none of this stuff, bro, like fringes, um, all of this. It's like for years. I think I've been in it for as long as you have, probably like 12 or 13 years.
Mm-hmm.
And the whole entire time, I'm not saying it's just to be talking. Like, I've always kept it 100. Like none of that stuff, bro. Like none of that stuff. People, it's still staticking.
Not really. I didn't hear it.
Oh, okay. But yeah, none of that stuff stopped people from sinning. None of that stuff. And this is what I talk about all the time. I'm like, people, get on social media and they create these personas. You know what I'm saying? They create these alter egos,
Mm-hmm.
and it's like a space for them to get into to be who, you know what I'm saying, to be who they want to be. And you know what I'm saying, all these things, and like I say, with a lot of Hebrews, they get on there, they post scripture after scripture after scripture. Ain't nothing wrong with that, but at the same time, it's just like, bro, like a lot of these people always hollering about the commandments, the laws, and everything, but they're still struggling. They're still going through things, and it's like they haven't healed internally. And it's like you said, they only focus on what you got on the outer appearance. And see, this is why I love when I read the story of Yahshua, right? And how he dealt with the Pharisees, because they were the same way. Told them like, y'all, the outer appearance, it look good, it's cool. You know what I'm saying? But the inside of you looks like a graveyard. It looks like trash, bone. You know what I'm saying? Filthy. It looks like a what they call it, what's the what the alligators be swimming in sometime? I can't think. Like
A
a
swamp.
swamp.
swamp, a murky swamp. You know what I'm saying? And honestly, the majority of our people, that's what it is. That's what it on the inside. It's bad.
Right. And that's one reason why Christ said that unless you guys got to become like little babies again. Cleaning, that's what meditation helps you to do. It helps you to assess that energy that's been lying dormant inside of you and you releasing it. You know?
Mm-hmm.
Mm. That's crazy you say that. Like, well, it's not really crazy, but it is crazy because, like, it's like I've been talking with like many people about it, like with some people about it,
Yes, sir.
like about what I have learned to figure out that even throughout the scripture, like everything was always dealing with you. Like Solomon's temple was the shape of a man. You know what I'm
Mm.
saying?
Let's get it. Let's talk about it.
What was Solomon
It's,
temple?
Solomon's temple was basically shaped and how it was built was in like the shape of a man.
The anatomy of a man.
What
Hold
what if
Yes.
on.
what, what I'm saying? What if I was to go as far as to say that Solomon's temple is you?
That's basically what it is. You know what I'm saying? That's basically what it is. Shoot,
Go.
that man, it gets deep, man, because it's like we always seeing that, like even when it says, like there's so many scriptures that I can quote that I've been reading like on my own. Like for one, okay, we already know about Jacob, you know what I'm saying, wrestling with the angel like that. He was in a place called Peniel or Peniel. Or you think
Mm-hmm.
about your pineal gland, that's already one right there. You think about in Matthew, I forgot Matthew 6:22 when it says the light of the body is the eye, and that's singular. It ain't talking about these two physical eyes. I don't care what nobody's saying. He said the light of the body is the eye. If thy eye be single, your whole body shall be full of light. But if thy
Mm-hmm.
eye be but if thy eye be darkness, your whole if your eye be darkness, then your whole body shall be full of it. So you read that, and you also read where he says like the Most High searches the inward parts, and that's why I always say, no matter how you keep the holy days, you can keep it to a hundred, 110% to a T. But if your spirit ain't right towards your brother, when you end that congregation or whatever like that, that don't mean nothing. Everything like that just go straight out the door because your heart ain't right with your brother. You think about envious, you cause strife, you cause contention. You have darkness inside you. You have darkness inside of your mind.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, when I was reading that, and then it was talking about no one says you are the temple of God. Know you not that you are the temple of God and the Holy Spirit that dwells inside of you. And I'm like, and I saw like me. It's all, and I'm like, and that's what we're seeing. It's always been you. So, and then when I speak about that, oh, you're going off, man. Man, Satan done got the brother.
Mm-hmm.
Man,
Because they keep high holy days, and guess what? They don't even know the high holy days were a foreshadow of Christ coming the first time and the second time. So
mm,
they're keeping stuff they don't even know nothing about. They don't even know why they were told things and that they do them, like go get the lamb without blemish, then get a lamb with blemish. Because if you look in the gospel, we are we are watching a lamb be released and another lamb slain. You get what I'm saying? We talking
yeah,
about the murderer and we talking about Christ here. And that's you see what we're talking about is murderous people with their mouths. Oh, you going
mm,
off, right? Trying to put you down, putting down what you saying, and you that lamb that they're slaying. You know,
mm, mm,
it's crazy.
yeah. It's
It's
things you know.
You know what? You know what? Not to cut y'all off, but it's kind of segue into like well actually now because with Kanye, I mean, regardless of how people feel about him, right? It's like
Mm-hmm,
this. Look at how people were so quick to, you know what I'm saying, tear the brother down, crucify. I actually, they were happy that the brother lost all the stuff, all his endorsements and everything, his business collaboration. They were actually they were happy. The same way with Kevin Samuels when that brother died. You feel me? Pe- People might not have liked his approach, his delivery, and things he talked about, but to see everybody being happy that he died, you know what I'm saying?
mm-hmm.
Our people have always been like this. You know what I'm saying? It's like, man,
yeah. Like you happy, you happy. Like it's like you hate the man so much, and you happy. I seen so many people. They was like, man, I'm glad he's dead. He should stay dead. I'm like, man, we started seeing a whole legion of evil spirits that's going on. I'm like, hold on, man. You saying you just happy? It's like you celebrating over somebody else's death. I'm like, that's crazy. Like I see, like not only me, but a lot of people see it. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people see it, and it's like we see in multiple stories talking about what Christ was saying. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I had to step back from a lot of stuff, man. Y'all, cause you know what I'm saying? I be talking with you, man. I be talking with other brothers, man. I'm like, about my like testimony about dealing with certain things, bro. I'm like, that's crazy, man. I'm like we know like everything is not here in this very same scripture. Because if we know the apocrypha was part of the scripture, and we know that they took it out, you know, some centuries ago,
mm,
what else did they take out?
they took out a
The
lot of
book
stuff.
of Enoch
They took out a
They be
lot.
like, this is it. This
and
is it.
so
That's
many
all
of
we got.
But you know what? It's okay. Let me ask y'all a question,
Uh-huh.
because people who talk about New Age, right?
Mm-hmm.
They always say that, okay, this is how you identify somebody who's involved with New Age. If they talk about energy, if they talk about blah, 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 physics, if they talk about vibrations and all this stuff, right? Let me ask y'all a question. I'm going to give you the answer, but I want to see what y'all say first.
Mm-hmm.
The energy that's inside of our body, what is that?
Spirit. So
Whatever you want it, whatever connotation they put on it, but it is filled with energy.
You know,
yes.
you know, our people, they want to see it in scripture.
Oh.
Hold on. I got that. I got the
Come
scripture too.
on. Let's
I got the scripture.
quote it.
Okay.
Book. You know they want book,
Precept. You gotta have a precept out.
chapter.
No.
Let me hold on. Let me show you what energy, the energy that's inside of all of us. I want y'all to read it. Read that.
I can't see it yet. Oh, here it is.
Hold on. Let me blow it up. Let me blow it up. How do I blow it up?
I got it. You want me to read it though?
Oh yeah, you can go ahead.
Philippians chapter 2, verse 13 to 15. What I'm getting at, friends, is that you should simply keep on doing what you've done from the beginning. When I was living among you, you lived in responsive obedience. Now that I'm separated from you, keep it up. Better yet, redouble your effort. Be energetic in your life of salvation, reverent and sensitive before God. That energy is God's energy, an energy deep within you. God Himself, willing and working at will, give Him the most pleasure.
Mm-hmm. So even if you now, this is the a different
Version.
version, right?
Hmm.
Translation, whatever. But even in the King James, right now, it doesn't say anything about energy, but it says that it's the Most High that worketh in you, right? And it
Mm-hmm.
goes to what you were saying, brother, about the revelations you had as far as like just coming to the awareness that God is within you, Christ is within you, the kingdom is within you, the
Hmm.
spirit is within, everything is within. Because, like I said, we are multi-dimensional beings. This flesh is just that. It's just an avatar. It's just what we're using to experience this physical realm. But we are eternal beings. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely right.
And this is why I say, like, if okay, if it's saying that God is that energy, and according to, I think it's First John. Matter of fact, let me show it right here real quick. Cause if you ask the question, okay, what is light? Hold on, let me okay, that first, I was talking about the knowledge earlier, right? So First Samuel 2:3, it says, "For the Lord is the God of knowledge." Because you know a lot of people like, oh, we don't. Anyway, First John chapter 1, verse 5, God is light. And then going back to what you was reading earlier, bro, about the eye being single and the body being full of light.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like, man, it's so much we can get into, but this is the part that people they often dismiss it. They don't want to talk about these type of things, you know what I'm saying? Like y'all said, with our people, regard if they're in Christianity, all they want to talk about is just the religious, the dogma, all the Christian dogmas and doctrines and stuff, but they fail to realize that Christianity has a mystical side. That mystical side is the Gnostics, and what the Gnostics teach. And the Gnostics teach, you know what I'm saying, gnosis, you know. Um,
Mm.
just the metaphysical aspect of everything. You know, um, Hebrew, same thing. They have a mystical side. You know, Islam have a mystical side. And see, the mystical side is the side that's often ignored.
Mm.
But it's needed. It's needed. You know what I'm saying? To create that balance between the literal or the physical and the spiritual and divine. You know, because we have two natures. We are divine and we are animal. So it's like we been getting fed the animal in us. It's so crazy, man. Because even when when you read the Old Testament, and if you are speaking figuratively, right, about the sacrificing the animals, the Most High, it's like I like looking at it from a esoteric standpoint. I can believe that the Most High wanted us to sacrifice animals. I can believe that it because if you talking in spiritual terms, then the animal nature in us, it needs to be sacrificed. It needs to be put to death. You know what I'm saying? We need to offer it up. Our,
Speak.
our bodies are the altars. You know what I'm saying? So we need to offer up the animal in us in order to, become sons and daughters of God. Like, but if you're looking at it in a literal sense, it's like sacrificing a literal animal. It just don't make no sense. Don't do nothing for you. It don't cleanse the consciousness. You know.
Yeah, I got you. I most definitely. I was thinking about that. I was thinking about that a while back too. Like, shoot, cause I like y'all say y'all been in a walk for what, 12 years?
Mm-hmm.
12 years. Shoot, man, I've been in a walk for 4 years. 4 years.
And look
But
at where you at, Speedy Gonzalez.
yeah, and before I knew about the walk and everything like it, cause I was already on the verge of finding myself and everything like it, cause we already know about saying the curse and Deuteronomy and all of that stuff. And I really think that's basically like basic, like kind of like we started as far as like on the basic, because it's like everybody has a foundation, what I'm saying, which they basically start, and then we got to add on to the highest peak. And um, but before then, I had I was doing meditation everything like that because I had a cousin who had introduced me, and he's like my young cousin. He's like about like a year or two younger than me, but we was talking. He brought to me about meditation and your seven chakras and your third eye, which really is like your first eye.
First eye.
But
Thank you.
Hmm.
Thank you.
That's the first eye that's developed.
Thank
yeah,
you. It existed before this flesh.
yes,
Yeah.
I found that out and everything like that. I'm like, okay. And my young cousin, he's older. I mean, I say he's older, but he's younger than me. He told me about that. I'm like, what are you talking about? And he was like, talking about basically dealing with the eye of God or something like that. He was saying, and I was like, okay, because I was on the verge of finding myself, but knowing, look, because I used to have like a lot of baby fat when I was younger, and I was trying to do the physical thing, not really knowing that it was a spiritual and mental thing that I was actually doing. But I was fasting. I was only fasting as far as saying to shred like the little baby fat off of me. But not knowing that I was building my spirit up as well.
Mm.
And then he told me about that. I started doing my meditations, and Yarka, if you remember, uh, when I was sick, I was like, this is because what I'm saying, at my mother's house, sitting in the living room. I was upstairs in the living room. I was the only one there. It was sunny, no clouds, no nothing. Meditated for like about 7 to 10 minutes. Everything got real, real quiet because I was hearing birds chirping and all of this stuff. Everything got real, real, real quiet. Then I heard a loud thunder in the sky. Then the ground started shaking like it was an earthquake. So I ain't never experienced nothing like that before. But long story short, what I was trying to get at is I had found a man that had brought me into the walk or whatever like that about dealing with the Israelites and the Hebrews. So I was like, okay, okay. and a lot of stuff he was saying was making sense. But there was a when I was fellowshipping with them, there was a man. Well, I'm not how I ain't get to that part yet, but like I was eating all types of crazy things, unhealthy things, and everything like that, um, and my head started pounding. So I drove back home, and when I got back home, I flopped on the bed. I ain't take off my shoes, my jacket, and none of that. I flopped
Mhm.
on the bed, and I sunk into the bed. And when I sunk into the bed, there was a man. Cause I rose, like I sunk into the bed, but then I rose out of the bed, but I was somewhere else. And there was a man that was sitting at a table. He was a melanated man. He looked at me, and this is the only words he said. He said, "You're not listening." And I'm like, "What do you mean I'm not listening?" That's all he said. He didn't say nothing else. Then I sunk back into the bed. Then that's when I woke up. And where I'm at right now, I believe I'm giving a sense of what he was talking about, because for me to have that experience of what I was doing about the her lightning in the sky and the ground started shaking,
Mhm.
basically like far as he was like, you driving off that path. He was already on the right path. And I mean, of course, you found out about the Israelites, cool, but you also start to drive away from this truly spiritual path that you was on.
Mm.
And now everything's starting to make sense. And it took me like about 4 years, 3 years to find out what he was talking about.
Right,
So yeah, it got deep.
man. It take. I'm telling you, it really times we don't be understanding things, man. And as life continues, you know what I'm saying? Time progress. You know, a lot of stuff, a lot of people who we encountered, you know, um, I don't know. I mean, things start making sense. Things start, we start seeing things and understanding things.
Hmm.
Um, like, but you said that was a dream.
Yeah, it was like a vivid, like I was saying, like a vivid dream that I had. You know, man, I ain't even tell you about. Well, I think I told you about the other one, but I don't think she heard about the other one or anybody else heard about the other one. Mhm. But yeah.
I heard what you just said a minute ago, but if you to share the other one, I'm listening.
You remember in York? You remember what I was telling you about? I had like an out of body experience
Um,
where I was saying I was doing my meditation. I was laying down and I was doing on my focusing on my energy centers in my body, because everybody got some. Just in case anybody want to try to say, "Oh, that's evil and demonic." No, it's not. So
yeah,
it ain't.
and you
It's
can't
not.
practice it.
But yes, that's what I was focusing on. You know what I'm saying? And I got to the crown chakra and like that. Then that's when everything started to happen.
Mm,
My body got real light, man. Like I was floating. You know what I'm saying? I was floating. Then next thing you know, it's nighttime outside because it was nighttime. Then my body shot up like a freaking star, but instead of coming down, it was going up. You know what I'm saying? And I was going through these set of clouds. One,
mm,
two, three. Then I think I got above the third one, and there was these four golden oars. They was big too. There was one, two, three, and four. Then there was one huge, and there was way in the back, man. Brightest thing I ever seen. Golden. You know what I'm saying? Golden bright. And I'm like, yes. And I ain't never seen nothing like it before. I remember like it was yesterday, bro.
Hmm.
that's crazy. That is pretty dope. That's like Jacob's ladder. See, a lot of people don't understand that Jacob, um, Isaac, they all meditated. This is how they got to that point in their spirit where they were chosen like this. You know what I mean? Where they were the son that their father had and they were the chosen one. It had nothing to do with being their firstborn. I mean, Esau came out before Jacob, but Esau's spirit was filthy. He knew nothing about meditation. Jacob did, though. You know what I mean?
I
He
want I
applied
want
that
to
information. I'm sorry.
No, you good, you good. I was gonna say I wanna I gotta find it. I wrote it down somewhere, touching on that, because to prove to them that what you're saying is true about Jacob and him meditating. I wrote something
That's
down.
right, teammate. Come on, teammate. Come on,
Yeah,
teammate. Let's go. Come on. You want to talk about mamas? Let's go.
yeah. I
Because
remember.
it's not an opinion, honey. This is like, man, the information's so deep. He says, seek and ye shall find, honey.
Yeah, for
Digging
sure.
within yourself. And you saying you got to that root chakra and that's when all that stuff started happening?
The crown, the crown.
Oh,
It
your
started
crown.
from the root.
Okay.
It started from the root, but then
Mm-hmm.
like I was feeling like that. What some people call it they call it a Kundalini or
Mm-hmm.
whatever you want to
The
call it. But I
Kundalini.
felt that energy, a warm little thing going up my spine, like something was like inside, like you know what I'm saying. And then I'm like, then that's when everything got like your eyes start to like you know what I'm saying, go like you know what I'm saying, like flicking like a dang on lights like it's like that. Then that's
You
when shoom, I
you
was
had that
gone,
thing that
man.
Moses had.
Shoot.
you had that staff that Moses had, honey, okay? That healing rod.
All right, so check this out, right? Because I wrote this down. If you could see, um, Jacob wrestles with himself, right?
Yes.
So check out what I said. I said when you look at what occurred prior to the wrestling, you see that Jacob released his attachment to all worldly possessions and also his family ties. In a sense, everything that tied him to the material world at a place which is called Yabak, right? When you look at Yabak in the Hebrew, um, you find that it means emptying. So Jacob emptied himself, you know what I'm saying, before the wrestling, right? Even the word for wrestle in Hebrew gives us hints that this was no physical wrestling match. Jacob emptied himself by the river of emptying through meditation. He met the Most High within, or more specifically at the center of his head between his eyebrows. And as for Jacob's thigh, it's a symbol for lower desires. And then also, so I was like, have you ever been left alone in a crisis of your life and wrestled with the man, wrestled with the mind, right? When you're left alone on the verge of either a miracle or disaster, you're going to wrestle with yourself. And that also goes into when Yasha, you know what I'm saying, went up on the mount with Satan.
Right.
Yeah, a lot of, like I say, if you looking at it esoterically, it makes more sense than taking it literal, because think about Yasha and the influence that he had in the world, right? Now, like, put yourself in his shoes. Let's put ourselves in the shoes. We know that, we have a lot of people following us. You know what I'm saying? We know what we're capable of. We know that, we can become king if we wanted to, right? So I'm just saying, but you have those thoughts, those tempting thoughts. Like, man, what if I became king? What if I went ahead and did that?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like I can have all the kingdoms of the world. I can have, people bowing down to me. I can have all if I really wanted to. It's just like me, just like being an artist and going into the music industry, knowing that I have everything it takes to get to that level and make all this money and blah 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 blah. But at the same time, that's not what I'm here for. That's not my purpose. You feel what I'm saying? So all them negative, destructive thoughts, those tempting thoughts, Satan tempted me in my mind. I was like, nah, bro, you good. Get back.
Yeah.
I'm good. I'm following my Abba's, will, his purpose. So that's how, I look at that. I honestly, just as me personally, I don't think that he was went up on the mountain with no literal Satan, but yeah,
But
I
not
feel like he was fighting with his thoughts.
like,
And we all do. We most definitely be fighting with our thoughts, man. Just like the old cartoons, you got the angel on one shoulder and the devil on another. You know,
listen, you got your higher self and your lower self. Once you start to understand that the enemy is you, the inner me, then that's when you start to realize too that you are Adam and Eve. You
Mhm.
are Adam and Eve. You are the serpent. Like it's the story's so deep. It's like it's teaching you how to become victorious within yourself because after this realm, nobody knows where we going. There ain't nobody that came back from the dead that said, "Yeah, yeah, this is how you do it. This is how you get to the kingdom." But he's giving you the keys to experience whatever we're going to experience later here now in the
Yep.
midst of chaos. It's like a gift. You know
Yep.
what I mean? It's like teaching you how to become immortal before you become immortal. That's bomb. Come on now. This is like the free trial.
Mm-hmm.
free trial.
Yeah. Because
Yeah.
man don't live past 7 days. One day is 1,000 years.
I like that. I like that.
You
So,
know?
so, so Pete
You
this.
you shall surely die when you eat from that weird doctrine of the world.
Right. So somebody said, so whoever, what is this, by hearing and by hearing and hearing by. So check this out. You spot on, right? Atom and electron, the splitting of the atoms. You know what I'm saying?
Come on now, that's that killer priest right there.
You know what I'm saying?
Somebody listening to who was that? By hearing and hearing by. You been listening to Killer Priest? Just kidding.
Nah, for real though. For real.
That's dope.
There's so
Yeah.
many ways you can break this junk down. That's what I
And
love.
see, they know. The scientists know that book.
For real.
Adam, Adam, Adam.
And then even what you were saying with the serpent though, like that's a deep subject, you know what I'm saying? Because we know that throughout history the serpent was always depicted as something evil,
Mm-hmm.
you know what I'm saying? But if you do the research, I'm actually reading this book right now. It's called y'all can check it out on your own time, but it's called The Coiled Serpent. And in this book
Can
it talks.
somebody type it in the chat?
Hold on one second. Hold on one second.
We be seeing a serpent on everything.
Hold on one second. I always wondered about the bronze serpent being lifted up. The bronze serpent, yeah. The bronze serpent. That there you go right there. The coiled serpent.
Thank
Look,
you.
look that up. Look that up. If you can go to archive.org. Hold on one second. All right, hello. You hear me?
Yeah.
Does it sound static?
Not really. I don't hear nothing.
Okay. Oh yeah, here we go. There you go, right there. If you read that book right there, it has some dope information in it. Uh, a little bit. I actually want to read a little bit to y'all. Hold on one second.
How you say your name? Kiani? What you said?
Kiani.
You got the same name as me.
That's
I thought I was the only
funny.
one. I thought I was the one and
That's
only.
you thought. You thought. You
I
thought.
thought. Yeah.
No, that's crazy though. Look, divine timing. Because how did we both? We both have the same. You do? Do you know what your name means?
No.
It means God's precious gift. That's what it means. Power's precious gift.
How you find that out?
Because I looked my name up. Because I love to look up etymology, the meanings of words, the deeper meanings of everything. So,
I done
yeah,
missed something. I've been looking up something like that, and
yeah, that's exactly what it means. Yep, it means God's precious gift and blessing. A gift is a blessing.
okay.
You're a blessing to your family, the people around you, and I mean, just it's so crazy to get on here and have somebody with the same name as you. That don't happen often. And we'll talk about something real mystical right now.
Yes.
Hold on. It's so crazy, man. I got so much stuff that I'm working on, bro. And y'all was talking about Jacob's ladder a minute ago, and
You showing that? Let me see. Mm, let's talk about it.
yeah. So the 33rd vertebrae in the sacrum bone inside of our
Before you
body.
finish, before you start, look at what you just said, and I want you to look at the time.
Wow. Hold on.
For everybody that's watching, pay attention to the mystical energy that we are bringing up right now just by being on here tonight.
That's crazy.
Go ahead and finish it, Yark.
All right. Hold on. My battery. Okay. So I said the 33rd vertebrae, the sacrum bone. Hold on 1 second. Mute y'all mic real quick. Let me see. All right. Yeah. Am I static? So I said the 33 vertebrae and the sacrum bone, symbolically explained in Genesis 28:11 through 18. At birth, the sacrum starts at 5 separate bones, but around age 16 through 18, they fuse to become one bone around the area where the Christ or the chi energy lies at the base of the spine. This sacrum shows up symbolically in the Bible as the stones Jacob rested on, as well as the stones David used to slay the giant Goliath, right? Because like I say, in the beginning, you will see that with both of these two people right here, when they first gathered the stones, it was like multiple stones, right? But then at the end of it, it became one stone. Jacob laid on one stone. David used one stone. So basically, what I'm saying is the sacrum or whatever, when you're first born, it starts out not put together, but as you get up in age, they start to fuse and become one bone, right? So it says in verses 11 through 13, it mentions he dreamed and saw a ladder set up on the earth and it reached heaven. This is what they refer to as Jacob's ladder. Symbolically, this is the 33 vertebrae, the spine, right? And the sacrum bone is the rock that he slept on. And I still got some more to use to write down and put together on that. Put this up right here. This book right here. Right? The coiled serpent. It's really interesting, man. It's really interesting. Because actually, when we talk about the coiled serpent, and I'll share this with y'all because I really don't mind. I'm finna show y'all this real quick. Okay. Sorry, we couldn't open it. It's possible to delete it. Oh, y'all can unmute now. I'm trying to find some. Hold on. Serpent presentation. Down. Oh, serpent symbolism. Oh, it's in my other book there. Okay, so I'm gonna share this with y'all since we're talking about the serpent, because I feel like the serpent is deep. A lot of people, I'm telling you, when I do this presentation, man, people they gonna
More rock stone at you.
what? Boy,
I'm right in there with you, okay?
Man.
Listen.
I'm here to rock foundations.
Metaphorical or metaphysical interpretation of Moses raising the brazen serpent. Come on, hit him with the. Let's go. Remember when I was talking to you about like when I first started to really look at the metaphysical standpoint of the scriptures, and the burning bush was like the first thing I thought of. Like the burning bush with Moses, like it gets deep. Like that in itself really, really got my attention.
Nah,
And
for
led
real.
me down a rabbit hole.
Okay. 27 and 39. 27. Okay, so check this out right here. And this book right here is just going over. Oh, you can't see. I'm tripping. This book right here, the serpent. I'm gonna use this. I'm gonna use a lot of what I read out of this book to go into this presentation. All right, so it talks about chapter 1. Okay. Okay, so chapter 1, right? It's this you probably can't see it, but it's the serpent. It says, caught in the mighty coils of the giant serpent, sex. Humanity is on the point of being crushed and strangled. That serpent, which is the beginning, which was in the beginning, was intended to serve human evolution, was foolishly adopted as a pet and unduly coaxed and fondled, being overfed and pampered and having its slightest whims complied with. The pet has grown into a monster that has overpowered its master and now threatens to destroy him. Out of the choking throat of imperiled humanity, the inner ear can hear a cry for help ascending, a fearful cry that dwells and falls and again rises, pleading for liberation from the malignant creature's rigid hold. But there is no response, no outside help forthcoming. Man's precarious position is entirely self-produced. He himself, it was it was who gave the creature all the power it now has by his habitual yielding to its growing demands. And he himself must remedy this self-created woe by unrelenting self-exertion. The serpent is the monster to be overcome. If man but wills, he can reduce its power. He can brace himself against the pressure of the uncanny coil. He can, in fact, subdue the unwildly uh, and unruly reptile, even yet by opposing its depraved desires. But but will I'm sorry, by will he can reduce it to servility again, and then its valuable hidden power will aid him in his ascent of evolution's path. Indeed, when conquered, the serpent becomes a means of life. Instead of appropriating the life force of man, it will then supply him with the greatest factor that can lead to a higher human existence. The, the turbulent serpent of sex will then be transformed into the docile serpent of wisdom, which will show the way out of the human toward the superhuman state. Now, see what I'm reading. It may go over a lot of people's head, right? But what I'm saying is it's relating to the sexual energy, okay? And like all throughout the book, I got chapters written down that I'm gonna touch on, but all throughout the book, it talks about how sex has become like this thing where like it's just pushed on everybody, and this is why we're in such a low state. You know what I'm saying? Because that creative energy, we abuse it. You know what I'm saying? And even with sex, like we don't supposed to engage in sex like as a thing like, oh, I'm feeling a certain type of way. You know what I'm saying? I gotta get off or whatever. Or you know, let's say you're in a relationship, and I'm just being raw, like just having sex every single day. You know what I'm saying? It's like sex is supposed to be sacred. Not only that, but really for the purpose of procreation. And that's I mean, you'll find some people who will argue that, but because you got some freaks out there, man, who just like, oh no, we need to have sex. I mean, but I feel like that's one of those things, man, because if you understand the sexual energy and how to transmute it instead of releasing, right? Instead of climaxing, instead of letting that energy out and allowing it to go back up the spine, right? Nourishing all the organs in the glands and everything like that because it's alkaline, right? So this is why I always tell the brothers, I was like, if you save your sperm gonna save you. you transmute that energy, that sexual energy, and you use it to create, because we all are co-creators. You know what I'm saying? So this is why, if you look at all of the inventors, all of our ancestors who invented these wonderful things, if you look at their history, the majority of them were celibate. You know what I'm saying? And I guarantee you that played a huge role in them creating a lot of the things that they created, because like I said, we're all antennas, and we're just receiving light and information from source. You dig what I'm saying? So just imagine if we were to keep that, you know what I'm saying, that energy within us, and use it for, yeah, women also. Yeah, this is what I talk about with semen retention and stuff like that, you know. And even in the song Worst Enemy, yeah, I speak on that. So, you know, it's very important, man. It's very important for us to be disciplined. But see, we don't have the elders to teach us these things. You know what I'm saying? We don't have, it's all messed up. So we got to be the ones. You know what I'm saying? We have to be the forerunners, you know, to put this information out and to guide the younger generation and those around us, you know what I'm saying, in the right direction with this information.
That's so true. That is so true.
You know,
Semen retention is if you look at everything that you just said, because you just dropped some major gems. Um, it's all about creation, right? So it can create a whole human.
mm-hmm.
Sexual energy is so powerful; it can bring forth life. Um, it's just as powerful as water. It's just as powerful as air. Like too much air can kill you. Too much water can flood you and kill you. Just like too much sex can kill you.
It can, literally, it can. And that's why you have so many people dying prematurely, especially brothers. That's the life force. You dig what I'm saying? It's like you just releasing and releasing and releasing. You're drying yourself up. Like it's like we don't look at it like that though, man. We don't
You
look at
wonder
it.
why you're depressed. You wonder why you have headaches. You wonder why your back hurt because your root. And a lot of people have issues with their root chakra due to their upbringing, and that's why they so much into sex. All that sexual trauma, being exposed early to sex, all that stuff.
Sacral chakra, the gonad gland.
Sacral chakra, yeah, of course, yeah. That really, that's when that's out of alignment, of course. But that root too, because of the ailments that surround your upbringing. You know what I mean? You
Hmm.
don't feel safe and grounded well enough.
The trauma, the trauma,
Yeah.
what it does to you. You know what I'm saying? Creates that fear, that tenseness. You know what I'm saying? Like,
You remember Baby Boy, right? The
mm-hmm,
movie with Tyrese. Remember he said he was so focused on giving the women he was dealing with children because he thought he was going to die, and he
mm,
wanted to have a kid there with the women. He wanted to leave a part of him with the women, or a part of
right.
himself in the world. Have you and Courtney Bell hooked up in Yarka? Where'd he go? He went out of here.
Yeah, I don't even,
Oh, remember he said that
his
that his
connection.
no that his laptop was dying or something.
Uh, I think he said it
He said
earlier.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he
yeah.
said something was going on with his battery.
Right, right. Yeah.
Can we still be on here with his?
Uh,
It looks like his Mac is still showing.
yeah, it's kind of
Are we still
that's
on you?
strange.
Are we still live, y'all? In the comments.
I
Oh, he
think
said
we
he hit
still.
the wrong button. Oh, he in the comments. He said, "No, I'm here." Somebody said Courtney has a beautiful voice. Yes, she does have an wonderful voice. She be dropping gems in her music too.
Court. It gets me
Yeah.
thrown off whenever like you be seeing like Courtney, and then I'll be thinking about Courtney Bill.
Yeah, that's who I actually was referring to, Mr. Courtney Bell. He everything that we're talking about right now, like he started to learn that too, and he started to apply those
Yeah,
same methods into his life, and hopefully he continues to stay on course with it.
right.
This individual to me, and his foundation is going to be serving the Most High and His Son by doing what it is, living out His purpose, raising up
Yeah,
in that aspect.
yeah. 'Cause I
And
know
Yarka,
like
are you gonna come back on here?
shoot, yeah. Hey, like it's crazy. 'Cause we was talking about was talking about vibrations and everything like that. And the scripture talks about that, man. Tell you that for death and life are in the power of the tongue. You know, whoso hold
Mm-hmm.
his tongue, keep his soul from troubles, can sweet water and bitter proceed at the same fountain. Like,
Hmm.
you know, yo,
It's
because we, yeah, man, I'm telling you,
it's speaking it. It's talking about everything that we're talking about, and like in Yarka said, our elders have. I want people to pay attention to how new this is to a lot of our elders. They just now found out. We are just now regaining a lot of this knowledge. Even though our ancestors who were in slavery, our ancestors before they were in slavery, they knew who they were. We're just now, this generation is just now picking this up. So those elders, a lot of them they're still hanging on to the same things. And like in Yarka said, there is a spiritual and a physical connotation to the scriptures in this way of life. And everybody's just focused on the physical. They're not focused on the mystical aspect of it.
But can y'all hear me? Am I back on?
yeah,
Yeah, you back on.
All right, so check this out, right? So because I see somebody talking about Gen Z generation, right? One thing I can say, with TikTok and all that, I'm seeing that they are a lot of people are talking about the metaphysical side of things, the mystical side of things. You know what I'm saying? However, they don't have the discipline. They're not grounded. They don't have the foundation um of what they're talking about. It's like that's why it's people like us that need to, you know, help bridge that gap. Because a lot of them don't believe in the Bible. A lot of them don't believe in what we came up on.
Mm-hmm.
They just straight into everything else, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's why I be trying to explain to people, like, I think it's important to, no guidance. They don't got no guidance. So the things that they're talking about, they don't. It's like they have the information, but they don't know how to rightfully, apply it, use it in its rightful, way. So yeah, man, we gotta step up. Like a lot of us, that's on this and been on this.
Yeah, we do. I know personally I do. I'm actually being pushed to do it. Just certain circumstances in my life at the moment has just been pushing me to write um a book that's gonna raise the vibration in our generation. Like you said, a lot of them don't know anything about the scriptures. The only little bit they do, they become able to read the book because you're talking about a snake talking to somebody.
Yeah.
And you know what I mean? That is the first thing in the book, and we nobody is teaching people how to actually read the Bible.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, and it's hard. It's a hard thing to try to do because, of course, the history. You know what I'm saying? You look at the history of everybody who has used the Bible. All you seen was wars. You know, people fighting, so much confusion. Oh, my interpretation is right. Your interpretation is wrong. You know what I'm saying? So it's really one of those things where like I say with my journey, I just know that it took for me to study, you know what I'm saying, like all these different religions,
Hmm.
see what they were talking about. And through researching, you know, all of them, growing up a Christian, studying Jehovah Witness, you know, studying a little bit of Islam and just really getting the gist of all of them and what they're talking about. I mean, it's truth in all of it.
Hmm.
The core,
Absolutely.
the core value, the core teachings, you know what I'm saying, are universal.
That's why Christ was explaining to the he was explaining to the Jews to go and teach the Gentiles and let them know the gods that you worshiping, they got all that knowledge from me.
Hmm.
They got all that from me. And he was giving them information, knowledge that they had no idea about. Would
No.
know, okay, wait a minute, how would you know that? And you're not even you're not even a mathematician over here. You're not a scientist. You're not this. You're not that. You're not deep into this ancient wisdom over here that we're on. So how would you know that? That's how he would get them. You know what I mean? Like, oh, you gotta be, the ancient teacher, or you gotta be the one who's connected to the actual source of where this information comes from.
No, for real. For real. Let me find this real quick since you on that topic right there.
It's like it's everything, man. We linking up everything.
Right? I told you this is my teammate right here. He gonna pull it out.
So check this out, right?
Hmm.
This is in the same book. Oh, I'm in a different camera. Okay, so this is Aquarian Gospel, right?
Hmm.
It says, a lawyer said, I pray you, Yasha, tell who is this God you speak about? Where are his priests? Hold on, mute your phone, bro.
Ah, yeah, my
He said, where are his priests, his temples, and his shrines? And Yasha said, the God I speak about is everywhere, omnipresent. He cannot be compassed with walls, nor hedged about with bounds of any kind. All people worship the Most High, the One, but all the people see him not alike. The universal power is wisdom, will, and love. All men see not the triune God. One sees him as the God of might, another as the God of thought, another as the God of love. A man's ideal is his God. And so, as man unfolds, his God unfolds. Man's God today, tomorrow is not God. The nations of the earth see God from different points of view or perspectives. And so he does not seem the same to everyone. Man names the part of God he sees, and this to him is all of God. And every nation sees a part of God, and every nation has a name for God. You Brahmins call him Parabrahm. In Egypt, he is Thoth, and Zeus is his name in Greece. Jehovah is his name, is his Hebrew name, but everywhere he is the causeless cause, the rootless root from which all things have grown. When men become afraid of God and take him for a foe, they dress up other men in fancy garbs and call them priests and charge them to restrain the wrath of God by prayers. And when they fail to win his favor by their prayers, they try to buy him off with sacrifice of animal or bird. When man sees God as one with him, as Father God, he needs no middleman, no priest to intercede. He goes straight up to him and says, "My Father God," and then he lays his hand in God's own hand. Oh, I'm sorry. And then he lays his hand in God's own hand, and all is well. And this God, I'm sorry, and this is God. You are each one a priest just for yourself. And sacrifice of blood God does not want. Just give your life in sacrificial service to the all of life, and God is pleased. Um, okay, so check this out. When Yasha, it says, when Yasha had thus said, he stood aside. The people were amazed, but strove among themselves. Some said he is inspiring or inspired by God, and others said he is insane, and others said he is obsessed. He speak as devils speak. But just going back to what I was saying earlier about, like, in every religion, you know what I'm saying, in every culture, and especially a good way I can explain it is with ancient cultures, right? Because we know that they 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 looked at nature. They looked at nature, and nature was really the only thing they had to go off of.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And they pointed out different things in nature and said that it was God. You know what I'm saying? And I'm trying to get my thoughts right.
Take your time. Everything you saying is it's just hitting the nail on the head. And it's so crazy because I was thinking about, you said something earlier about when you get to this like supernatural level in your consciousness and in your subconsciousness, when you're able to visit, to where you're able to visit other dimensions. And you were talking about like the UFO and all this. People ask about Elijah or Enoch.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You get where I'm going?
Yeah. Yeah. For real.
I need that book too. I don't know if anybody put it in the chat or if you put it in the chat.
Oh nah, it's let me see. But yeah, so crazy because like I said, with the people in ancient times, you hear many different people in different cultures, like the African culture. Um like the African culture, they talk about you got different names for different forces of nature.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And I read something the other day. It made so much sense to me. I had to screenshot it real quick. Hold on, let me see. I'm finna read it, and it's gonna make so much sense to you. Oh, it was actually a video. Let me see. Okay. Just I don't know if y'all will be able to hear this. Hold on.
A god, or Ogun, a god, or Yemaja, a god. These were powers in nature. Not only powers in nature, but powers that is probable to be cultivated in each human being. Outside of that, those same forces that you recognize and learn from in nature, that you are able to cultivate in yourself because you're a replication of nature. You can then develop those qualities in the artificial society you create, known as your social ecology. Remember, your social ecology is something you're creating artificially. You take the values from the natural forces of nature and you develop them into institutions, ideas, concepts, and principles in your social ecology.
You heard that?
Mm-hmm. Where was that from?
Oh, it's so brother. Hold on one second. So brother, I follow this. This what he said in his caption. He said the deities that we invoke are compartmentalized aspects of the universe, which become attributes of self. We refer to them as gods now for communicative purposes due to our usurped and colonized consciousness. We are the micro to the macro, the divine intelligence that orchestrates existence, experiences itself through us. Your salvation begins once you regain that symbiotic relationship with the L limits. L limits, right? Hmm?
You either.
Huh?
You either.
He like, if you don't come to bed, Daddy.
You want your iPad?
Yeah.
He like, give me my stuff.
With it. That's all. That's all he wanted to use.
Little honey doo doo. Hi, little honey doo doo.
You want to say hey?
Hi, honey. No, you don't want to say hi. Like, listen, I want my iPad, okay? If you
How
don't get
you looking?
my iPad.
Boy, this boy look just like his mama, man.
Yes.
Why you pulling it up? Come on, go get down. And why y'all still up?
I thought he said, because you up.
Man, crazy, man. You see microcosm, macrocosms. Yeah. And like he said in the video, we are an exact replica of everything you see in nature, everything you see in the universe or the heavens. You know what I'm saying?
In
It's
one
so
way or another.
it's so crazy, man.
Did you finish that caption? You stopped at ailments.
Oh yeah. No, I said elements. L
Elements.
L L
Elements. Oh, yeah. Got it now.
elements.
Hey,
Mm.
remember it means plural, right? Ain't that what they always say? What they say, Elohim, plural.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm. Elements. So
Mm-hmm.
crazy.
more than one. I ain't even
Elohim.
think about that.
Yeah.
Powers. It's so crazy. It's crazy. I hope that honestly everybody, this was like edifying for everybody that was listening.
Yeah, for real, for real.
Cause I don't want to just be babbling and just talking like, oh yeah, I know this and I know that, and I don't know nothing, honey. Okay, I don't know nothing.
Yeah, and that's listen, that's the mindset, that's the attitude that we all should have. It goes back to becoming like little children.
Mm,
We have to stay like that because it's so much to learn in this life. You know what I'm saying? I said it before. I believe that Earth is a school. It's like the middle ground. You know, we get sent here to learn and to evolve and grow. You know what I'm saying? It's I don't know, man. It's
That's dope what you just said, putting that into perspective about Earth being a school. That is really crazy.
not
I
for
never even
real,
looked at it like that.
for real. You know, and I honestly feel like you said earlier, you feel like you're being pushed to get back into, you know what I'm saying, to get back on that path.
Yes, indeed.
And I feel like I am too. And I'm being completely honest. Like last week or so, when I was on the road, I'm just like, bro, like I feel this sensation in my body, that same sensation, that same like urge to get back in the books, get back in, because I ain't gonna lie, I've been out of my books and everything, and it's like a lot of the stuff I had on my mind is just all over the place, and I'm trying to just get it all back and get back into it, get back into doing what I love, and I got some powerful stuff to show y'all, man.
Me too. I need to get back into it. I ain't no judgment zone here because we're all human. That see, that's why he said like confess your sins unto one another. And I when I say sin, I'm not saying you're not getting into this is sinful or anything like that. But it's real dope to break bread with people and be honest with people
Mm-hmm.
about, yeah, hey, I know the knowledge, but man, life been eat me up at this point. Listen, at this point, I'm this close to getting on a pole. Just kidding, but I'm just saying, like I'm
Yeah.
trying to make some money. I'm trying to survive, and so um, being transparent about where you at with it, it allows for you to not feel so bad about it and for you to back into it, and then you have these dialogues where you guys can help each other and talk to each other and break bread with people all over. I don't even know how many people are in the room, but just reaching out and saying, listen, hey, I got some people to come save, but I gotta save me first.
Yeah, I like that though. I like what you said, and I feel like everything starts with a conversation. You know what I'm saying? I feel like we need to communicate and open up and just be real and raw, you know what I'm saying, with each other, because there's so many people that's suffering in silence.
Mm-hmm.
So many people. And I feel like those of us who are healers, you know, we just can't it's like I know me, I just can't sit back and watch it. Like I gotta help. That's why I'm always telling people on my live. Like I know you said you haven't been on YouTube in a minute, but like every time I go live, I be trying to tell people stop being so scared, man, and just reach out. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Mm-hmm.
and I get it because I don't know if you saw the one live I did where I was talking about. It's easy for me to say that. It's easy for me to say reach out. I'm here. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I can hear you out. You know, chop it up, whatever issues you're dealing with. Let's see how we can work through them and help you elevate. It's easy to say that, but see, people be holding up these walls, you know what I'm saying, because of their prior experiences with other people. It's just like religion. Like you would think that religion is like a safe space. You know, a lot of people feel like, oh, if I want to find God, I go to the church, I'm gonna be surrounded by good people. But then when they go there and they start revealing all of their flaws and things that they dealing with, you got people bad mouthing you behind your back. You got the pastor, you know what I'm saying, looking at you, thinking to himself like, uh, she was dealing with promiscuity. You know what I'm saying?
And when we say church, we talking about the every church community,
Yeah,
every religious church community, because it's everywhere.
yeah. So I get it. I get it. But you know, I don't know, man. We just gotta keep being the light. To keep,
Healers we go through, we have to be tested. we have to be refined. So yeah, sometimes we may get distracted. We know what's coming to this world. We know the trouble ahead. We
Yeah,
see it happening right before our eyes. And you know, there's no coincidence at this point in time in my life, me getting on here, seeing you on here, this guy's name is the same name as my name. You read 33rd ventricle at 3:33:3. Like it was crazy.
well,
So divine, everything is divine. And I just want to tell whoever is watching, if anybody's watching, y'all still in the room, even just extend it to you too, bro. Listen, hit me up. You can follow me on Instagram. Is at RA_SHIYAH, which is Ra Shia, Ra underscore Shia. DM me like, hey, if you want to, break bread and, talk about meditation and, cause like, or not even just talk about meditation. You need some healing. You want to talk about life. You want to talk about the struggles that you're going through. Although I'm not your therapist. Okay. But just kidding. But no, I am available to break bread with certain brothers and sisters because like we all need each other. And if you want to learn how to do this and you want to, share books, you know what I mean? You send me a book, I send you a book. We can do that as well.
it be the people that's like non-religious that be the coolest people. You know what I'm saying? Like it be
Yep.
those who done been outcasted, those who just frown upon. Oh, man. I feel like they be the realest one, bro.
We are the realest one.
But yeah, everything you saying that's true though. So y'all, for those of you that's watching, if you on Instagram, go follow her. You feel me? Reach out to her. I think 33 is rising above death. That's crazy. I'm about to turn 33 next month.
Wow.
Um,
That's
33.
dope.
33, boy. I
That
hear you.
33, I've been that number has been guiding me for a long time.
Especially waking up in the middle of the night, around like 3:33, never like that, you know what I'm saying?
Yes,
Mhm.
driving, see somebody license plate say 144, then right next to them is 333. You're like, okay, all
Yeah.
right.
For real.
Especially
Woo,
especially
kind of spooky, kind
144.
of spooky.
I've been seeing that 144 like crazy. Like crazy. Like I'll see it and multiple times throughout the day.
Yeah.
Mm.
For
But you
real.
know
It's
what?
like your subconscious mind is pulling that into your reality, though.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Yeah.
we got to do these more, Yarika.
Yeah, we can. Like I say, I think I'm gonna do one tomorrow with one brother. Uh, he gonna do one and I'll be on his. But yeah, I think this whole podcast style of the videos or whatever. I think it's good for people. Especially if we just get on here. To choose some topics, some things to talk about. Conversations, and I feel like people they like listening to those. And they can learn a lot from us having conversations and stuff. So I think
Yeah,
what
that's dope.
that's just what it mean. What mean 33 or what or the 140? What you talking about?
You talking to me?
Oh no, I was
No, I
talking
think
about.
somebody wrote it or asked that question in the chat.
Okay. Let me see.
We just want to clarify what
But
he's
yeah,
at.
I do want to say this too because we've been talking a lot about the mystical side of things or the spiritual side of things, and I do want to put it out there that people please don't get it twisted. Like you will have some people to say, well, you shouldn't be speaking on certain things because it's gonna lead somebody to start looking into new age, and it's leading them away from Christ, it's leading them away from the Most High. I'm gonna tell you this: if I speak on anything, it's going to come with substantial evidence. It's going to come with documentation. Um, Not just gonna be running my mouth or anything, but honestly, what it's gonna do if people are like receiving it like if it's resonating in the rightful way, um, more than anything, it's going to strengthen your relationship with the Most High. It's going to just open your eyes to the fact that you and the Most High are one. You know what I'm saying? And basically, the Most High is demonstrable. What's the word? Demonstrable. Demonstrable. Not
I don't know. See, I
the word I'm looking is like you can prove the Most
I
High.
get what you're trying to say.
You
It's
know,
not gonna come back void. Period. It's
yeah,
not. And also too, some people that your foundation was already weak with the Most High. If that happens,
yeah,
nothing that you really stood on in regards to this truth, you did not look at it as truth. You looked at it as something that was new, some new information. You rocked with it for a minute, and then you went on somewhere else. You have to have a really solid foundation with the Most High and learn this. This is what it comes with balance. If this
mhm,
makes you go off to go serve some other god or something, then your foundation was weak.
yeah,
Weak. You need to work on it. That's the truth. I'm not sugarcoating anything.
yeah. So yeah,
Most definitely.
I ain't gonna hold y'all though, man. Like I say, on your own time. For those who still watching on your own time, because it's late, go and read through this document. Read through this document, and even though it's a lot of stuff in here that I didn't get to. Some of the stuff in here I would rather do it in presentation form instead of live, because I can actually incorporate a lot of like images and videos and all that stuff to go with what I'm reading, and so you just won't hear me reading. You can actually see, get a visual of what's being presented. So um I'll probably do this in a presentation, just touch on a few things or whatever stands out to me. um so yeah, man, this was a good live. I feel like this live was edifying. I feel like we spoke on a lot of things. Um, but like I said, before I started this live, I prayed and I asked the Most High to just, just like you always do, you know what I'm saying? Just speak, use us. Um, and I just hope that, what we said was enlightening and everything like that. So, at the end of the day, I'm gonna tell y'all, like I always tell y'all, um, your main priority is you. You know, building up your spirit, building up your spiritual body, your light body, God body. You know, at the end of the day, like sis said, we already know times that we living in some crazy times, and it's getting worse and worse and worse. Um, and I feel like a lot of what's going on is out of our control. But what we do have control of is our individual lives, and you know, we just got to continue building ourselves up, getting our houses in order. You know what I'm saying? Overcoming whatever you know you may be struggling with. But the keys to the kingdom, the keys. We're that's what we're doing. We're speaking about the keys, the things that'll help you get over these hurdles. You know what I'm saying? Get over these obstacles that you may be running into and stuff like that. So, for all of you on here, I read one sis. She was like, one comment, and she was like, she said, I'm not gonna lie, I'm like that. I have a lot of walls up, and I want to bring them down. I just don't know where to start. And see that right there, like just hit me up, email me, whatever, hit me up, you know what I'm saying, and let's chop it up. I guarantee you, I can tell you where to start. You know what I'm saying with that.
And she can hit me up too if she want to, if she's still on here.
Huh?
I said, and she can hit me up too.
Yeah,
If she still on here, if she can hear.
yeah, for sure. Sis, what's your IG again? Okay, she asking what's your IG again.
Um, so my IG, if somebody can put it in the chat as I said, you can type it in. It's gonna be at RA_SHIYA. So that is at Rashia.
I just put it in.
Shoot, yeah. All right. Word.
So yeah, hopefully this was edifying to everybody. And like he said, just the keys to the kingdom. I'm telling you, it works. It's just all about applying it every day and starting off small, but applying it every day. Because when I was applying it every day, I had no job. I was going through a really tough time. I'm going through a tough time in my life right now too at this moment. But I have the tools though. And this was a reminder that I have the tools. Because when I first started to learn this stuff, I was dealing with so much going on in my life. And this helped me. This meditation helped me. Learning that meditation was in the scriptures and I can apply them to crisis principles.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy. you know? So it's helpful. It's helpful.
Yeah, yeah.
Thanks, man. And that's true. You know what I'm saying? And that's one thing is when it gets deep into the, the parables and the esoteric and the metaphysical things, you know what I'm saying? It's just like we going because we always see that like okay, they be like no, with something. This is something we always say. Well, it's dealing inside you, you know. I mean, it's something that you're dealing with. Yes, it's something that we're dealing with because it's inside you. So you have to go within as far as to deal with these things. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, bro. And
But that's that right there. That's what I think I'm gonna focus on that more in the near future, just because, like you said, it's easy to say that you have to go in, go within, go within, go within. But when people hear that, it's like, how?
right,
Mm-hmm.
How do you go within? What does that even look like? You know.
Mm-hmm.
right,
So that's where the the mystical or the metaphysical, you know what I'm saying, teachings and everything, the keys, the instructions, and all that's written in these other books, um, giving you a step by step kind of, how to do that. But like I say, meditation in and of itself is just, man, powerful, because meditation
yeah,
actually, it actually, that electro that electromagnetic energy, it burns away um the carnal, all the, just the carnal mindset, the destructive thoughts and all that, all those, that negative, that basically what it does is it don't necessarily shut down the left brain, but it brings you more into the right. It's just like what Yasha said, cast your nets to the right side. Net your thoughts.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Cast your nets to the right side. So we have to tap into that right brain, man.
And
mm,
meditation helps you. It helps, and it not just meditation, but all these other books that he's talking about, and you can do some research on your own too. And that CIA document, bomb, it teaches you how to deal with your left brain and your right brain separately,
Mm-hmm.
and how to get out of the left brain and use the right brain in a crisis moment, in a
Mm-hmm.
moment of crisis, because that's very important.
Yep.
because that's where we sin the most in critical ass moments. So yeah.
Yeah, no, for real. For real. I'm glad you said that about that, because that goes into what I was saying earlier about the amygdala and dealing with fear, dealing with the fight or flight, and all those chemicals that's what it is. What's the chemical that's released when you're scared?
Um,
Neperefre-
I don't even know how to pronounce it, but I know exactly what you're talking about.
epinephrine. It's something like that. But anywho, what I'm saying is just, what tends to happen is whenever you're in a situation like that, a fight or flight, most of the time, if you're not trained or whatever, you tend to freeze up. It's like logic goes out the window. A lot of a portion of your brain just shuts down. You know what I'm saying? When you in that situation. So that's why I feel like we have to put ourselves in certain scenarios in order to to get to a point where we start thinking, like, you know what I'm saying? Like we in that moment we can make a decision that's rational. We can make a decision that is like, you know, not out of
A
fear or
sound.
whatever. Like if we see something coming our way, you know, that's trying to attack us, it depends on the situation now, because you can run on some situations, but you know, I don't know what I'm trying to say, man.
I get it, but
Leave it.
that's just because like it's two it's 2 plus 2 with certain things when you're talking to certain people, but when you're trying to break it down to somebody else, it's like it's hard.
Yeah.
But yeah,
What?
no, man, meditation is. I want y'all to look up. Let me show you how meditation can change your life, because I think a lot of people who are in the Hebraic community, they look at meditation as a very evil thing. It's wicked. Is this? Is that? Not just the Hebraic community, but Christianity too. Look up this woman's name. Her name is Layla Delia. She is from one of the most hardcore cities of America, which is South Central, which is where I'm from. And look
Mm,
at what meditation did to this woman's life. Her name is Layla Delia. It's spelled exactly how it sounds, LalahdeL. Look at the things that this woman is doing in her life. She's a healer. She may not have on fringes. She may not have her head wrapped. It may not be keeping Passover either. But look at what meditation did to her life.
mm,
You know,
yeah. It literally changes you for real. It literally changes you. And then don't even get into like the breathing
oh
exercises, the breath work.
Ooh, hey, come on, man.
man, man,
Let's talk
listen.
about it.
Yes, let's talk about that one. I'm gonna let y'all brothers go first.
Man, look, the breath work is key. It is key. We not even breathing correctly
Mm.
right now. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we definitely, and I know Yaki before they deleted his channel, I don't know if he still make videos of him showing himself doing breath work, but I mean it's easy for anybody to look up though, but that's just that prana, engaging in the breath work, and not even just the breath work, like the different forms of meditation like Tai Chi and Qigong, just being able getting to a point where you can move energy throughout your
Mm,
body, move it
mhm.
to areas where it's needed and stuff. And
Right.
this is why I told y'all before. I don't know if you heard, but like next year, I don't know how the world gonna look, but it's a plan or a goal of mine to like create a retreat. You
Oh
know,
my goodness, I've been dying to go to one.
I'm telling you, like I think it'd be so dope to have a retreat where people can come out and we can do sessions. You know what I'm saying? And peep this. I know a lot of people gonna be like, "What the?" But but I'm saying for healing now. Hear what I'm saying? For healing purposes,
Mhm.
like I'm gonna do more research on it. But for what I've been researching so far, with the psilocybin mushrooms,
Mhm.
the micro dosages and everything like that.
Mhm.
See, we so disconnected from Earth and in the herbs, man. Like
Mhm.
the
I
psilocybin mushrooms, and I'm not even speaking on getting high or anything like that, but for people who deal with mental health, people who deal with certain traumas that can't be assessed. You know what I'm saying? Different um energies inside of the body that's stuck, in certain um areas and stuff. Like when you can look at the testimonies, man, of people who have done micro dosages with psilocybin mushrooms and what it has done for them, in aiding them, like in overcoming, like, or working through their trauma, past traumas and stuff. So
You're gonna have to give me the name of that because I think I've heard of it before, but I've never went and did my own research because of my own little idea about what I think mushrooms are. Like I don't even want one that's gonna get me a little high because I can't even get a little high. Okay.
yeah, nah, I'm gonna show you.
I would be like, what?
Yeah,
Where
I'm
am I?
I'm gonna I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you a documentary that came out on Netflix. It's a real good, dope
Oh well,
documentary.
yeah, give it to me. Give.
Yeah, yeah. I'm gonna send it to you on Instagram. But
Oh,
it's
okay, you on there? Okay,
yeah.
appreciate that, bro.
Well, somebody said this is why the controllers of this society have made many natural drugs illegal. They do not want us to get intact with the spiritual world.
Of course not.
Hmm.
Yeah, so keep you in bondage, and also
They
too,
have a.
bro.
I think it talks about that in that CIA document. If not, the CIA has a document that I've read that talks about psychedelic forms of drugs and the aiding that it does with healing and showing you what frequency that you should be on.
Hmm. One of those is but it's so crazy because I know people talk a lot about DMT, but
Hmm.
the pineal gland naturally produces DMT. You know what I'm saying? That gives us that phenomenon, that phenomenon. So
That euphoria.
yeah, yeah. Nah, that's not how you spell it. That girl said Silazia Silazia mushroom. It's philos it's no it's psilocybin. I think it's S, I can't even spell it, but it's S, no, it's P, psilocybin. Yeah.
Okay, Monet 270, Layla Dalia, yes, vibrate higher daily. And I'm gonna tell you guys something. Layla Dalia is my heart. Check her out. Check her out. Check me out too, but check Layla out because her platform is very, very big.
Vibrate higher daily.
Yeah, she helped me out with a trauma that I was dealing with. Just congratulating me, and I knew when she responded to me and she was talking to me that I was on the right track. because she noticed the healer in me also. So
Right. Should I about say I can put my IG in there too? You know what I'm saying?
You said what now? You could put your IG
Nah,
in there?
yeah, I'll say I can put my IG in there.
Hold on real quick.
Rochelle said she got a low tolerance also for drugs. Girl, I am a drug.
No, you're a herb. You're
I'm a herb. Yeah, I'm both.
oh man.
I'm already a ball of energy and life, and I start doing some drugs, honey.
Yeah, there you go. That's how you spell it.
Girl, one eye be over there, the other one be over there. Not good for me.
Okay. What time is it?
Microdose.
12:45. Yeah. I'm gonna send y'all the matter of fact, let me see if I can pull it up real quick so y'all can see. Okay, here you go right here. Y'all look this up. Hold on. Let's see. How do I? Okay, here you go right here. It's called Fantastic Fungi.
Fantastic fungi.
Okay. And this is the movie, right?
Hmm?
This is the Netflix movie.
Yeah, it's a documentary.
Oh, the documentary. Oh goodness, yes. I'm in for this rabbit hole.
Yeah, because it's so crazy because um it goes into it talks about mycelium. Mycelium is like the underground network, right? It's like the nervous system of the earth, pretty much. And it's so powerful. It's so powerful. This documentary crazy. Like there's mushrooms out there. The guy who studied mushrooms for many, many years, he said that his mom had breast cancer. So due to him researching and studying, he found that there's a mushroom called, I think it's turkey back, something like that. But he gave that to his mom, um, and it cured the cancer.
Hold on, real quick. I mean, I can still hear you, but
So yeah, man, it's some powerful stuff out there that we don't even know about.
it's so funny that you just said turkey tail because I don't know if anybody can see.
What that is?
You know I don't be on my
What that is?
King of the Jungle. I'm gonna turn it around
That's
so
turkey
you can.
tail.
Yeah, but it's got some other mushrooms in it too. See, this how you know I'll be on my phone.
But
Can you see now? Can you see what it say, or is it backwards?
I can't see it.
nah, it's
Okay, so it says it's a dietary supplement. This is Styles Peace Pharmacy for Life. I'll take a lot of his organic plant-based herbs, and has lion's mane in here, cordyceps, and turkey tail. And each of them have a 100 milligram, except for lion's mane, that's 300 milligram. And this helps with brain focus, your respiratory tract, your respiratory
mm,
system. um helps to fight off COVID, all kinds of really, really great stuff.
Hold it up one more time. The front of it.
Your lungs, kidneys, inflam. It's a Chinese medicine. Okay.
Just hold it in the screen. I'm finna blow your screen up real quick. It's called, okay, here we go. King of the Jungle. Where you got that from?
So this is Styles P from the Locks. I buy his herbs all the time. And that's one of them. So the website is called Pharmacy for Life, spelled like a farm, FARMACY for life. 120 capsules. I stack up on this. I got like 3 of these bad boys. I'll be chunking it down, okay?
Yeah,
so it's really good.
That turkey tail, that lion's mane, the shungite, all of them, man. See, and that's what I'm saying. We just need to educate ourselves more on the herbs and everything.
Do you guys know this girl named Tierra? She was in Africa for a while. And I don't know. And I saw her on Gilly, the kids' cousin Wallow. Y'all know who Wallow is? The one who's always like, talking inspirational stuff. I saw her on his, had him like throwing up. I forgot what kind of herb it was. Then I went to her page and she was talking about this mushroom that I think that you're talking about. I don't know if it's the same one. It probably is or probably isn't. But I'm gonna.
Yeah. It was breaking up a little bit, but I think I heard you.
If you didn't hear me, I'm gonna that she's talking about the same mushroom that you're talking about. I think so.
Yeah.
That's one of the main things I do eat is mushrooms. Whatever like that, because that's a store where, you know what I'm saying, I know over here they got like shiitake mushrooms, oyster mushrooms. Then they got lion's mane, all that. I remember I had got the whole damn bundle. The only one I think I didn't get was the lion's mane. And I know some people, they be like, oh man, you know how some people, oh, you doing drugs and this all that. One, I'm not calling it at all. Man, I said, man, this is herb, man. Like, it's all powerful herb. I like it. And I was looking at lion's mane, dealing with brain function and immunity and stuff like that. And I'm like, man, I said, yeah, this right here. And the stuff is expensive. Like where I was like, what I want to go get it from, I'm like, it's like it might have just a couple of them, but then it'd be like $7 type stuff. I get this for just a couple of them. I'm like, dang, I'm like, because it's the things that's always that's mainly healthy for you. It's always sky high. It's always higher. It's always the healthy things is always higher.
I was just saying that the other day. Like, I can't believe that fake food costs less than real food. Like, you got to do more to fake food. You know, like you got to go in the lab and do all this other stuff. They know what they're doing.
Yeah.
But hey, y'all know. But yeah, I about to say I was gonna put my IG on her though, then I was probably about to go, you know what I'm saying, go in the house and everything like it, because I'm probably about to do some meditation myself.
Yeah.
I heard that. I'm about to turn.
I'll put it on her real quick. Hold on. Yeah. I put it on there. I put it in the chat. But yeah, I'm gonna let y'all go and try to link up on Instagram or like you said earlier, you know what I'm saying, with some of these books. I gotta send y'all these books because I got a lot of books and I'm ordering some more. So I'm gonna share with y'all some of the books I'm getting so y'all can look into. So yeah, man, I appreciate y'all for linking in. You feel me? And we should do this again.
That's facts. That's true right there.
Everybody have a good night.
And y'all be good. Stay safe. Stay dangerous.
You too.
All right. Bet. Um. Let
Copy.
me see. But yeah. Hold on 1 second. Shabbat Shalom. Peace, love, light, healing to you all. Like I say, man, this was a long live, almost 5 hours. That's crazy. But listen, man, I hope y'all got something out of this live. And like I say, it's all love. It's all love at the end of the day. And we're gonna continue, doing things like this. And like I say, it's my duty to get back into this research, get back into this information and stuff, regardless of the times we living in. You feel me? So, y'all just stay safe out there, man. I know, we entering into winter. I mean, winter is technically here now, and it's cold. It's cold. It's gonna be a long winter. It's gonna be a dark winter. So just do whatever you gotta do. You know what I'm saying, to keep you and your family warm. Um, Stock up on food. Stock up on water. Stock up on propane. If you use propane, stock up on firewood. Oh, I can't tell you. Listen, if you got fireplaces or wood burning stoves, make sure you stock up on firewood. Um, Make sure you get some thick covers. You know what I'm saying? Thick socks, thick clothes. To keep you warm and everything like that. Um, Make sure y'all canning food. You know, just make sure y'all getting y'all houses in order, man. That's all. We living in some crazy times, man. The death rate has gone up exponentially. You feel me? Like, it's becoming a norm now. You know, people are dying and passing, all over the place. So listen, man, don't take every day. You feel me? Every day, just live right. Live right. Do your best to make good decisions, choices in life, you know. Continue to work on yourself, continue to develop unconditional love, that way you can love others, unconditionally. Um, Continue praying for patience, you know, pray to the Most High, pray to our Abba for wisdom, for guidance. You know what I'm saying? For him to direct our steps. You know, it's crazy times, man. Crazy times. And I feel like this information, especially in the CIA document, it'll be beneficial, for the times we living in. Because as I recall in the scripts, it's gonna come a time where the Most High is gonna take full control, full control of this temple, and we're gonna be doing things that we can't even fathom. So I feel like just learning about this stuff, just even understanding the science, you know, I think it'll be very, 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 very beneficial in these times. But I'm finna get up off this mug, man. Like I said, it's all love. I love y'all. And we're gonna do this again soon. So with all that being said, peace, love, light, and all glory and honor goes to our Abba. But see y'all next time. in broadcast.